Hey, hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 1:40 in the afternoon. Sorry, I just fired up a client. I didn't know it was gonna blast me in 1 second. Sorry. Oh, we love that sound, don't we? It is 1:42 in the evening on a Friday, 6/6/25. That's a 6/06/25. That's a June 6th, 2025. It's a Friday. It's 82 degrees outside. I just walked for 2 hours and watered the garden for like half an hour. Got some sun, as you can see from my fucking face. I'm trying to get tan and stuff, and I'm definitely losing weight, and I'm like in the best shape of my life now. I think I don't know. I'm like in not the best shape. I'm sure when I was like 16 years old, I was in better shape, but I'm in the best shape I've been in since I was 16 years old, which is awesome. My life's been so shitty because of the shitty ass humans that any positive change at all is like mind boggling to me. I just expected it all to be this terrible, destructive downward spiral full of death and rape and the murder of all my friends and the death of my country and the loss of all the money in the country and all the money in the world and the theft of everything we know and love and the rape of everything we know and love. And it was working towards that, and then just overnight it just sort of changed. I don't know what it was. Something changed. So here we are. We're surviving. We're trying to stay strong, and and so now I'm like in the best shape of my life, both mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally. It's good. You know, a man should be mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally available to himself, his partners, his kids, his partner's kids, the kids in his community, and the community itself, and the children in his community. And that's what a man is, and I'm getting there. It took a while. It took 27 years of torture and cops chasing me and prisons and problems and sleeping on couches or on the streets and stuff, and yeah, the hell that is my life is finally gotten better, and it's pretty good. So I'm just here to see, be that testimony. Hi guys, I love you guys. What's up? It's Skycatlive. Today we get to do something new. We got brand new content or whatever. It is New World Hardcore Day for me, because apparently overnight they just launched a New World Hardcore mode that I did not know even existed. So here we go. We're just going to fire that up right now. We're going to do the whole New World thing, which I've not done in a long time. I love that game, and I am not unhappy about this. I think it's going to be a great day. So we're going to be running missions today. We saw that it's impossible to leave the station with a helo without getting ganked no matter where I go. Low sec, high sec, null sec, or posh fawn. So it doesn't matter. The piece of shit gankers and the cocksuckers who ruined these PvP games are just going to suck that cock for the rest of their lives and ruin all the games they play. And so I just don't go places where they go anymore. It's kind of like the men's room. I don't voluntarily go to the men's room anymore unless it's like at a smaller place like a restaurant or something like that, because I know that the pig-ass piece of shit rapist dog murderer men were in there shitting on the walls and pissing on everything, and I believe that is true of America too. So I just don't go around these piece of shit players anymore. I don't go around shitheads anymore. It's just not, it's just not cool. It's not fun. It's a stone cold like slog baby, and I don't want to do it. I'm not doing it anymore. So yeah, so I'm not gonna take a heal out anymore. Not even to like level 4s. I don't think the shitty king shitters who eat their own feces all day for the rest of their fucking lives, they ruined this experience. I gotta say, I'm terribly sorry, but they did. So you just stay away from them. You look at what's left in the game that's still workable, like large PvP roams and the HyperNet and Project. What's it called? This thing, whatever this Project Discovery. Mining is okay, and faction warfare is okay, but anywhere that normal shitty PvP cocksucking nerds go has completely been shat up and ruined, just like America. Any place that the right wing or fucking nerds go, like shitty right wing nerds, anywhere they go, they just ruin. Like Paradise or Lahaina. Anywhere they go, they just ruin. So I don't go anywhere where those shitheads go anymore, and I'm constrained to doing pussier things, like pussier things. But that's okay. I'm not unhappy about that. It's fine. Sooner or later, I imagine they'll probably just die young because they're just like Darwin's missing link or whatever. And you know, and I figure the problems will go away in probably about 10 or 15 years when they all die young or whatever. And I just we'll see where this goes. I don't want to be around these people though, I'll tell you right now. So dropping it off the big face. We're not going to be doing things like what I did yesterday, which is flying a Gila anywhere that shitheads can go. If shitheads can go there, just expect shit. If shithead humans can go somewhere, expect that place to be full of shithead humans full of shit. Just, I mean, it is a good, what's the word? It's a good, you know, no, no. I told you to stop. I clicked the button so many times. I told you to stop.
Docking permission requested.
The fucking undock system is terrible.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh, hi, baby. Okay. Okay, we're gonna play some New World now. Sorry, I got into a conversation about Colorado, and we all know how much I love Colorado. Anyways, so we are playing New World today. Where's New World? I don't. Oh, there we go. Okay. Did you crash? You fucking crashed. Let's look at the Denver Broncos.
Denver Broncos wide receiver Troy Franklin is growing
Thank you, Locked On Broncos. Yeah, Locked On Broncos. Thank you. Let's tune in.
more comfortable in his role going into year 2 inside of Sean Payton's offense. We'll tell you why Sean Payton is excited about the second-year receiver and his connection potentially coming up here with Bo Nix on today's episode, Locked On Broncos.
You are Locked On Broncos.
Locked On Broncos.
Denver Broncos podcast.
Yeah.
Part of the Locked On Podcast Network.
Fuck yeah.
Your team every day.
What's up, Broncos country? Happy Friday, and welcome into another episode of Locked On Broncos, your daily Denver Broncos podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, where it's your team every day. For all your Broncos news, content coverage, analysis, and more, don't forget to become an everydayer. Broncos country, hit that subscribe or that follow button wherever you get your podcasts or on YouTube so you never miss out on what's going on with your favorite team. A special shout out to all the everydayers. Thanks for making us your first listen of the day, however you choose to do so. I'm Cody Rourke, Broncos reporter for Mile High Sports. You can check out my written work over there daily, milehighsports.com.
And I'm Sarah Bettinger, site expert at predominantlyorange.com. You can check out my written work there as well.
And make sure, look, Broncos country, stay dialed into everything that's going on with your favorite team. We are your hub. We are your go-to. We appreciate you so much here. But here's what you're going to get on today's episode of the show. Following the Broncos' final OTA practice, we recap the initial thoughts of the day in yesterday's episode. So make sure you go check that out if you haven't done so already. But we're going to go through why Troy Franklin is impressing Sean Payton here this offseason and why he's growing more confident in the role that he's establishing for himself in the offense this upcoming season. We'll also talk about Evan Ingram, why he's excited to be in the Mile High City, things that appealed to him coming to Denver in free agency, and what he brings to the table, according to Broncos head coach Sean Payton. And then we're going to talk about why Sean Payton believes that the offensive line is the most crucial element of this entire team. Offense, defense, special teams. It permeates the building. We'll tell you why Sean Payton said that here on today's episode of the show. Sarah, let's dive into it here. Obviously, Troy Franklin has been a talking point here this offseason. One of the more impressive young players that the Broncos do have. You certainly see the intangibles, you see the speed, and you see some of the skills that he has. It never got a chance to really formulate as much in his rookie season because he was buried on the depth chart behind guys like Lil Jordan Humphrey, Devon Bailey, and even Josh Reynolds. So there wasn't necessarily a big need early on to see Troy Franklin. And the opportunities we got to see him, there were some moments, some highs, and obviously some lows, some drop touchdown passes. But more importantly, you got to see the dynamic there. According to Sean Payton, we talked to him after Thursday's OTA practice. He said that he's very impressed and he's pleased with what Franklin has done this offseason to put himself in the role he's going to be in here in 2025.
Which I think is going to be a lot more expansive than we saw last season. Hopefully, a lot more opportunities to make plays in space, which I know Sean talked about that as well, Cody. But Troy Franklin has special speed, and he's one of those types of guys that you want to get him the ball however you can. You can threaten a defense deep downfield with his vertical speed, and you can also utilize him when just get him the ball and get a little pick route, a little rub route, a little mesh concept. Get him the ball and just let him work because that's where he's at his best. And I love that he's building confidence this offseason. We know it's not the end all. We've mentioned it before. He switched to number 11, and he posted on his own Instagram, Cody, about how it's just something about being in that number 11. I think that it's just that whole, all right, now this is like my role to take. Like I have to go. I'm not just kind of soaking everything up as a rookie. I'm not trying to learn an offense. I'm not just trying to impress this new coaching staff. Now I have sort of an established spot here on this team, and I have to go earn my role. And I think we're starting to hear about, I know there's no pads, there's no, it's not like completely physical out there, but Troy Franklin is doing all that he can to impress early on, and he's catching the eye of head coach Sean Payton.
Well, let's take a look at what Sean had to say following OTA practices on Thursday here about Troy. And look, he's been making plays in the practices that us in the media haven't necessarily been able to attend. Out of all the offseason practices, there have been 6 altogether. We've been able to attend 2 OTAs out of those 6 there. And obviously, there's 3 extra practices with rookie minicamp. We only had access to 1 of those. Troy obviously was not part of that. But here's what Sean Payton said about Troy Franklin.
There've been you haven't been able to see all the plays, but there've been a number of explosive plays.
Yeah.
He can run.
I bet he
And
can.
the strength of his is ball in hand after the catch. He can run after the catch. So he's doing well.
And look, Sarah, I think the biggest thing we have to see here from Troy, like what have we been talking about? Like, yes, we love Troy Franklin on the deep ball, the go routes, but find a way to get him the ball in space. Like you go back to his time at the University of Oregon, who was his quarterback? It was Bo Nix. We didn't get to see them try to develop that same connection that they had at the University of Oregon, whereas I feel like here in 2025, that'll be a major emphasis on those concepts that you mentioned specifically, crossers, mesh concepts. I think just getting him the ball quickly and then letting him do damage and yards after the catch. Let's go back to that connection because I think some people are saying, wow, they just don't have that connection. They don't have that chemistry. That's a lie. They didn't have the timing down between the two of them at the NFL level. But here's what they did together at the college level. 2022, when Bo Nix first came to the University of Oregon, okay, Troy Franklin had 61 catches for 891 yards, 9 touchdowns through the air in 13 games. The next year, in Bo Nix and Troy's final season in Oregon, they had 81 catches combined, both throwing the ball 81 times. He had 81 catches, 1,383 yards, 14 touchdowns overall, and an average depth of target when you're looking at where he was at yards per catch, 17.1 yards. The 2022, 14.6. So while obviously the deep ball aspect was there between those guys at the college level, you got to get that timing down at the NFL level. But mainly we saw Troy and Bo connect on 10 to 12 yard crossing routes, across the middle of the field. Sometimes you'd see some drag routes underneath and then it'd be yards after the catch. So that's where I think we need to see a little bit more of Troy Franklin. I tell you, he's embracing that role. He's very excited. He looks more confident right now than he did last year at this juncture, which is a positive development. That's what you want to see. I think we'd all be concerned if that wasn't the case.
Absolutely. It's easy for people to say, well, it's OTAs. You can't really put too much stock into it. But if we weren't hearing about Troy Franklin, you'd be hearing about it from a lot of the fan base. It'd be saying, this guy's a bust. This guy's not going to play any sort of role for the offense. And so it's good that we're hearing good things about him and that he's already showing off that explosive ability in practices. And that's one of the things that I think was left behind by Jerry Jeudy last year, Cody, that got so underrated. Jerry Jeudy was the Broncos' best guy after the catch before he left the team. And that was something that he could do when you get him the ball out in space, you get him the ball on a slant route, you get him the ball on those deep daggers. He could really do some damage after the catch because he's so creative with the ball in his hands. It's not just about straight line speed, as you've mentioned before. It's how fast can you take the right angle? How fast can you play the game? How can you make guys miss when you're out in space? The Broncos really missed that for the majority of last season until Marvin Mims just absolutely exploded, Cody, in the second half of the season to lead the team in yards after the catch. I think Troy Franklin has even a little bit more potential there because there's seemingly, to me, there's more ways that you can get him the ball, right? And maybe that's not completely accurate because now we've found creative ways to, Marvin Mims utilize him out of the backfield, things like that. Troy's not necessarily going to be that kind of a guy, but I just feel like he's one of those players. He can create that separation quickly. You can get him the ball on slant routes. You can get him the ball on a curl route, and he can juke a guy and make him miss in space. You can get him the ball in the deep daggers, deep downfield. He can make plays after the catch so many other ways besides screen passes and swing passes and things like that. So I just feel like, man, it isn't it kind of just bubbling right now? It feels like Troy Franklin is getting ready for that year 2 breakout.
Yeah, his stock is rising here. Look, there's also something, too, I would love to bring up here to Broncos fans and even just any NFL fan in general. Like, sometimes we get asked in the media, how come you guys always report on the positive stuff going on at OTAs and you never cover
Go
negative
Broncos!
Stuff? There really isn't a lot of negative stuff unless there's something blatant. Like, for example, if Bo Nix is out there and almost every pass he throws is intercepted, tipped, or nearly intercepted, or a wide receiver has a drop on every single target, that would be something like, they struggle with drops. They had drops. Right now in OTAs, it's just about building progress where we have a chance now. And look, our job in the media is to look at everything. But for us, there's nothing really to be negative about when it comes to OTAs because you don't get the full picture. Now, when training camp comes around, that's when we start to evaluate things a little bit more as to like who's really ascending, who's struggling, who obviously had rough days. Those get put into context a little bit more because every rep is more meaningful in training camp than it is right now in OTAs or even mandatory minicamp when the pads aren't on. So I think that's something that we have to highlight at this juncture of the offseason. Of course, everything right now, there's going to be hype. 100%. We're looking at guys who maybe can become those bigger training camp stories. And then also gives us an idea as to, okay, who didn't have a good offseason program necessarily? And it's not negative, right? Because you could have a negative OTA, but then go on and have a really good training camp. It's all about progression. So we have a baseline here, what we've seen with all these guys. I think that's very important to clarify and put out there right now because I know a lot of people are asking that. I know our good friend Andrew Mason was asked that on Twitter the other day. I think that was something definitely we should acknowledge. Yes, of course, like everything we talk about here on the show, like it's not going to be like personal in a sense. Like we're going to be objective. We're going to highlight the positivity because we're also going to look at the good things because that's what Broncos country wants to know about. We'll talk about the things that are negative that are ongoing. We'll look at it from an objective lens. That's our promise to you, the listener here at Locked On Broncos. Make us your go-to source every single day when it comes to Denver Broncos conversation. We appreciate you here. But obviously, Troy Franklin ascending up here, going into his second season in the NFL. But also, we're going to take a look at Evan Ingram, why he was excited to join the Denver Broncos, and what Sean Payton says he brings to the table. We'll break that down here on today's episode of Locked On Broncos.
Today's episode of Locked On Broncos is brought to you by Monarch Money. Ever check your bank account and wonder, where did all my money go, right? I know you and I have both been there, right? Between dining out, online shopping, and entertainment, it's so easy to lose track, and that is where Monarch Money comes in. Monarch Money is your personal CFO, giving you full visibility and control over your finances. And Monarch Money isn't just a budgeting app, it's a complete financial command center. You can track all your accounts, your investments, and all your spending in one place. So you stop just managing your money and you start building wealth.
You said it perfectly right there. Why go to all these different apps to try to manage all this when you can get the all-in-one convenience inside the Monarch Money app? Instead of juggling those multiple apps, you can use Monarch to check your finances, to track your spending and your habits, and even plan your long-term financial goals. So take control of your finances with Monarch Money. Use code LOCKEDONNFL at monarchmoney.com for 50% off your first year. That's monarchmoney.com. Code LOCKEDONNFL for half off your first year today. Monarch Money.
Evan Ingram was one of the biggest offseason additions made by, in my opinion, Cody, any team in the NFL based on what we saw from the Broncos last year. Remember, 188 yards led this team in terms of receiving from the tight end position, 19 catches. Evan Ingram almost set an NFL record with catches at the tight end position just 2 years ago. And we know now, after hearing him at the podium after OTAs, that he is excited about his role in Denver. He's embracing this idea of being the Joker. But he also had another name for himself, Cody, that I thought was really interesting and helps us kind of just get even a little bit more excited about Evan Ingram. He called himself the cleaner, right? And he's going to come in here to Denver, and I think he's going to play such a big role in this offense that it's hard to wrap our brains around at this point in time. The cleaner, right? And but he also had another. Now, after hearing him at the podium after OTAs, that he is excited about his role in Denver. He's embracing this idea of being the Joker. But he also had another name for himself, Cody, that I thought was really interesting and helps us kind of just get even a little bit more excited about Evan Ingram. He called himself the cleaner, right? And he's going to come in here to Denver, and I think he's going to play such a big role in this offense that it's hard to wrap our brains around at this point in time, and it's something that we didn't see last year with Adam Troutman or Lucas Krull or Nate Adkins or any of these guys. It's going to be very fun to see what Evan Ingram can bring to this offense. I'm fascinated to know. Now you've seen him out there for 2 practices. What's your general vibe and what you're getting and understanding about, hey, this guy's he's going to elevate the level of everybody, or like, what are you seeing out there from him so far?
I mean, you can definitely see the athleticism with him and the way he moves. And look, I think that there's this hybrid component to him because, yes, he's a tight end, but he's got a receiver skill set when you look at what he can do on the field and where you can play him. That's why Sean Payton brought him in to be the Joker. And look, like there were so many people disputing after he signed. They're like, well, he's not going to be the Joker. He is. He said it. The Broncos have said it. Sean Payton has said it. And obviously, Evan Ingram even went to greater lengths saying, hey, I feel like we have several guys on this roster that can be the Joker as well. We got a few Jokers. He's being serious about that. There are guys that have specific skill sets, but it's all about earning that role, right? There's so much of a responsibility to take all that onto your plate and to be efficient at it. And I think that's something that Evan Ingram is working at. Look, this is a guy who's got a really good work ethic. You can see it on the field. And on top of that, I think he's just a great teammate. Obviously, a veteran guy, bringing in a veteran of his stature into the mix, I think is a great component, especially when you talk about Bo Nix and his development and his growth going into year 2. And everyone was talking about it in the national media about Jaden Daniels in Washington. Oh, Jaden Daniels, he's got these veteran guys. He's got Terry McLaurin. Oh, he's also got another guy. Oh, he's got a veteran tight end in Zach Ertz. And it's like, Bo
I don't know these names at all.
Sutton,
like at all. I feel bad.
Veteran security blanket options.
Oh, you
whereas you look at a guy like Evan Ingram, he can be that weapon. He can be that move around piece here. That's what I'm seeing from him. And I know here in a little bit, we're going to get deeper into what appealed him the most about coming to the Mile High City. But here's what Broncos head coach Sean Payton had to say about what Evan Ingram brings to the table, what you're getting from him as a guy who can run.
How bad is this experience? Jesus Christ. Why did you open your MMO like this?
The responsibility he can take onto his plate.
Idiots.
No, I think there are nuances that you always discover with a player, that whether he's a rookie or he hasn't been with you. He's got real good instincts, awareness, zone, man-to-man, that kind of thing. He's doing well.
He's going to be such an asset to this offense. I think he may have the best hands on the team, Cody, based on what we've seen from him in his NFL career so far. And it's going to be interesting to find out how teams have to, defend the Broncos differently because of Ingram out there. Like Sean said right there, I mean, he knows how to sit down in zones. He knows how to beat man coverage. He knows how to utilize tempo in his route running. People always ask, like, what does that mean when you say somebody's a good route runner, things like that? I think it's understanding not just, hey, I know the route tree in the playbook. It's understanding how to manipulate your defender with the way that you utilize tempo, how quickly you can get out of your breaks, things like that. And so the Evan, just he's a seasoned veteran. And how many times did you and I last year talk about how, man, the Broncos could really use another veteran out there who knows what they're doing to beat these types of coverage, even just to draw attention away from the guys that they like, the young players who you just want to utilize their raw athletic traits. Ingram was once that guy, and he's now developed into a true threat in every sense of the word. Yeah, he's athletic. Yeah, he's got speed. He's got strong hands, though, also, and he can run routes, and he can sit down against zone coverage. He affects the middle of the field. He can do a little bit of everything for you, and I just think that's like our good friend Ryan Edwards said, it's going to be the easy button for the Broncos offense. I think that's a perfect way to describe it.
Well, look, here's what Sean Payton is trying to do. You really have to manipulate in today's NFL. If you can't attack the middle of the field, you're limited. That's why so much of Russell Wilson in Denver was limited, because Russ was not attacked in the middle of the field. That's never been a really strong component of his game as a quarterback, and that didn't mesh well with the things that Sean Payton wants to do. Like, you look at Drew Brees. Drew Brees could attack the outside, of course. He could attack the inside, but Drew Brees also attacked the middle of the field at a consistent rate, and you had guys that could do it. And we have a quarterback who's not afraid of doing that, like we've seen Bo Nix. I mean, Bo had arguably some of his best passes of his rookie season attacking the middle of the field. The one to Marvin Mims, that was attacking the hashes up the middle. The throw to Devon Bailey against the Atlanta Falcons was a dart and a rope across the middle of the field. That's such an important element in the passing game for Sean Payton's offense, specifically, and of course, for a lot of offenses in the NFL. But when you get those two high safety looks, if you're not getting a safety that's rolling down, often at times you get those two guys, and let's say they play a cover two man or a cover two or a cover four look where, cover four, you have four guys playing deep. Cover two, you have two guys playing deep. Cover two man, you have two guys playing deep while everybody on the outside is playing man-to-man coverage. So you have safety help over the top. That compresses your deep ball ability in today's NFL. The way to soften that up is if you have a guy that can move like Evan Ingram does, and other tight ends who are really good movers. They don't necessarily have to be burners with speed, but it's, can we isolate, can we win this one-on-one matchup against an inside linebacker? The moment you as an offense start attacking an inside linebacker in the passing game with a matchup, it's easy to keep going to. And then it forces your defensive coordinator to kind of, I'm going to cheat the safety down a little bit. We have to change up. And then that allows for those pop shots there where you're going to get some of those single coverage looks, single high safeties, man-to-man. And it's like, hey, we're going to take a shot right here. It's all about playing chess here. Evan Ingram is that move around piece that gives Sean Payton what he needs for this offense to succeed. And obviously, I think we're all hoping Ingram can stay healthy. Players on this offense can stay healthy. That's going to be a major component of it. But Sean Payton, I feel like he has his guys where he can finally bring his offensive vision that he's been longing for since 2023 when he first came in, where he can bring it to life. He's got a really good nucleus to make that happen.
How much better are those receivers going to be, Cody, if defenses start having to cheat a safety down into the box and affect the middle of the field, where Evan Ingram is, basically your easy button in that way? I mean, we didn't get to see a ton of opportunities deep downfield like last year for Devon Bailey. And I think that that's going to be an aspect of his game that grows this year. And it all stems from Evan Ingram. How many more one-on-one chances is Cortland Sutton going to get? And if the timing between Troy Franklin and Bo Nix is better, there's just so many things that it's this spiraling snowball that's going out of control down a mountain. And you can already start to kind of see where Evan Ingram's presence out there. That's why it's so crucial that he stays healthy. I mean, I know at this time of the year, you're kind of just like in optimism mode and you're sort of dreaming about the best case scenario. And for us, it's like, okay, yeah, the eventual reality of Evan potentially missing time, it could come up. And that's where the Broncos have to have somebody that's ready to step into that spot. But I mean, with him out there on the field, it is going to be such a dramatic, and maybe he's right, Cody. Maybe there's multiple jokers out there. Maybe RJ Harvey can be another one of those guys for the Broncos to affect the middle of the field and keep that safety creeping up into the box where you can take those little shots over the top to the guys that can affect you downfield so well. So Evan Ingram overall, I don't think we can overstate the importance of that offseason addition enough to this team, to the offense, and to, like you said, to Sean Payton's vision for that unit.
Arguably the biggest off-season acquisition. When you talk about a veteran standpoint, I would agree there with Evan Ingram. And it was nice to hear a kind of little background story about how he's paid attention to Bo Nix. I mean, I forgot it as well, but he told us that, he said, I was drafted with Davis Webb in New York, so having that connection to Davis, that was big in the recruiting process. He said, but
okay, I've had enough of these guys, but it was interesting. It was good.
All right, that leaves one. They'll be okay when I say my
Broncos are looking good. Right on, right on. Harvard University graduation protest from Channel 5
It's
News.
very clear which side of the line Harvard is on.
Thank you. Who was that? That was gotta go back, excuse me. That was thank you. That was Jesus Christ, you're bad at surfing websites. I want to go back to 2001 when I could surf to YouTube inside of a second. You're so stupid. Harvard University. I'm sorry. K Rich Productions. Thank you. Locked On Broncos and K Rich Productions. Oh, what was this now? Stop now. Oh. Ouch. Why does the life staff do more damage than the void gun? That's so annoying. Shut up, Captain Thorpe. Die. Shut up, you. Get out of the water. Blah, blah. Start this game. Let's go. Why aren't we starting like I told you to do? Where did you go, you fucking piece of shit cocksucker developer? What are you on about? Where did you go? Where's the video we were watching? What happened here? You're so bad at design, and I troll you live in real time because no one else does it. Everybody else in the world is just too nice. I'm gonna actually show you how fucking bad you are at your fucking job. Right here on camera. We're all gonna laugh at you. We're all gonna laugh at you, piece of shit software developer. Look how clueless you are. I mean, it's obvious from when I try to load a website. It's clear. If I were to put it in a court of law, you probably lose that court case. Like, it's clear how much you steal from us. I mean, if I were to take this to a court of law, I'd be like, Jesus Christ. Anyways.
Harvard is on.
It's easily one of America's most anti-Semitic, hateful universities.
I learned China, so,
I come from China.
The mood is not the greatest among the international students. I'm glad I'm leaving, but
I just love Channel 5, so.
What's up, guys? We're live in Cambridge, Mass. at Harvard University. A lot of people who are pissed off for a different variety of reasons. As y'all know, we're at ground zero in the place that Donald Trump calls the #1 hotbed for terrorism. They're grooming anti-Semitic Hamas sympathizers in this very soil. Allegedly.
They're very anti-Semitic. Everybody knows they're anti-Semitic.
Anybody here on a student visa should adhere to the laws of the land. If you're here on a student visa, engaged in not merely bad, mean words, but violence, it's time to go back to mom and dad in Syria. It's a shameful institution. Taxpayers shouldn't have to subsidize it.
Harvard has been at the center of a cultural and political debate as Donald Trump has threatened to freeze all international students from enrolling in Harvard in the future as a sort of FU to the campus leadership for allowing...
Yeah, it's the greatest thing on motherfucking YouTube. Channel 5. Thank you, Channel 5, with Andrew Callahan for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you so much. This is the greatest superstar on the channel. This is the new Mr. Beast, and he is trying to kill the Broligarchs. Yeah, what up for a real superstar instead of them talking about Squid Games, except this Mr. Beast or whatever, right? We get an actual fucking superstar who takes down these piece of shit Broligarchs who have been fucking our asses to straight death. Piece of shit backstabbing traitors.
anti-Semitic hate speech on campus, and also having so much freaking DEI and making it hard for Caucasian geniuses and white.
God damn it! The DEI is so bad for white people. We just have it too good, and the DEI it's unacceptable. We have it too good. We can't have any DEI. Like, god damn it. No sickle. Collect flint off the ground and green wood from bushes, and then get, like, flint. Did you take my flint? Flint logging axe. Yeah. Flint mining pick. Oh, is there like an equip? Yeah, equip the tool. Yeah. And then, flint harvesting sickle.
Africans to get into Harvard.
We have Americans that want to go there. And
We got Americans that want to go there.
And they can't go there because you have
They can't go there.
31% foreign.
Trump
Foreign.
is kind of doubling down on Harvard.
They're foreign. They're foreign. Oh my god, they're foreign. Oh no. They don't look like me. They don't have money like me. They didn't get their butts wiped by servants all of their goddamn lives like me. Kill them. They're foreign.
We spend more money on higher education than any other country. They're turning our students into communists.
He wants Harvard to cap the number
They're turning our students into communists.
of international students at 15%.
You don't think it might have been you stealing the money that might have made them communist? I mean, they don't have any money, so of course they're for the working man and proletariat and all this. You stole all their money. That's what always happens with you piece of shit fucking oligarchs.
I believe in the rule of law, and I believe it is not being respected by the current administration.
Nope,
just a
they're
shame
fucking
what they're doing,
criminal.
Trying to control academics in this manner. You can't deny international students access to education here in America, especially a private university. If you're currently about to renew your visa, you're kind of screwed.
I wanted to come out and thank Harvard for their courage standing up to Trump. Trump announced, I guess it was like last week or the week before, Harvard can no longer have international students. The current international students on Harvard campus would all have to go home. Harvard said no. They got in front of a judge really fast. The judge basically said, no, you can't do that. You know, he wants to tell Harvard who they can and can't hire and who they can admit, and now he wants to tell them they can't have international students. And Harvard's like, no, and that takes courage.
There's also some protests happening on the outskirts with some Hare Krishna pamphlet advertising. We got a box truck rolling around with the faces of supposedly anti-Semitic students on it. Unfortunately, as you guys can see, the HarvardHatesJews.com domain has been taken. Pro-Palestine, Save the Children, Fuck Trump protests happening at the bus stop over there. So we're going to talk to a couple people of all creeds and colors and figure out what the heck's going on at Harvard.
Yeah, so I'm Clive Lawrence. I'm a sophomore at Harvard College studying government, and I'm also a student organizer for various initiatives on campus.
And what's going on right now?
What's going on right now is basically...
Are all of them gay? I think everybody from their generation is gay. It's weird, at least bi. Like, they're all bi. They're all bi or they're all gay. That's okay. I got no issue with that. I'm just saying, statistically, how good could that be for... well, maybe it is a good thing. When you look at the overpopulation, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's good that they're all gay. Never mind.
Over the past semester...
I mean, it's good that they're all gay, but I'm just like, you know, statistically, wouldn't that mean, like, you know, it's like several generations of people that don't breed? Or, I mean, if they do, they adopt? And I'm not saying that, you know, it's just weird, like, they're all gay. Like, almost everybody that they trundle out on these videos is all gay. They're at least bi.
Trump has
that's cool, but it, like, I don't know, it like, it just sort of statistically I wonder about that, because it's like, how would that go? How would, like, something changed? Was it the fluorine in the water, like Alex Jones said, or whatever? Something changed here where suddenly it went from, like, you know, I would say about 25% of humanity was gay in, say, the year 2000. When you look at every kid that walks by on these videos, you can tell they're full-blown bi. You can tell from the way they dress that they're, like, full-blown bi. And that's cool. At least bi, if not full gay. And, like, that's cool, like, the majority. But I mean, like, what happened where, like, where it went from like, you know, like 75% straight to like
Autopilot
75% gay inside of what, 3 generations? What is that? That's like 60 years or something, 75 years. Yeah, what is it like? How long is a generation? Isn't that like 23 years or something like that? How long is a human generation? Is it like 23 years or something like that? Yeah, it's like 25 is the average. Yeah. So like I would say that 75 years ago, and I'm trying not to be homophobic here because I got no issue actually with the whole fucking human race being gay. I actually really don't have an issue with that. You know, it's kind of funny. I am that ultra left-wing liberal. I don't have an issue with that because we've got too many people. And like, you know, anyways, so one of the things, unfortunately, and I feel unfortunate about this, but one of the unfortunate thing, well, really, like the only unfortunate thing I think I would say about being gay is it doesn't progenerate children that easily, I guess. You know, that's the only downside of being gay or whatever, is it doesn't progenerate children that easily. So let's look at the statistics here. Like 75 years ago in 1950, I would say probably maybe the most percentage of humanity was gay was probably like 25% or something like that. And by, I would say the year, I'm sorry, I would say it would be more like probably like 15% or something. And then and I'm guessing, I'll tell you right now, this is guesswork. And I don't know why I'm trying to take a stab at this because it sounds homophobic, but I don't mean it that way. I'm talking about statistics and stuff. I have a statistic interest here. So what happened inside of that 75 years where like 3 generations of kids are born, I would say predominantly gay, like 3/4 of them or something like that. And that's cool. And there's still stray kids, you know, but what happened to flip, because we've not had that kind of gender politic change. And I want to tell you what I think it is. And I don't know, and I think it's a positive thing. I think it's that it became okay to be gay. And when we understood that it was okay to be gay, like all of those generations, they went gay, like 75% of them or something like that. Now that's good. Because it is good. It's a good thing. I don't think Christians think it's a good thing, or anybody who dislikes gay people think it's a good thing. But I think it's a really good thing because like we are on this Malthusian fucking population boom, the likes of which we cannot feed. We cannot feed the current amount of humans that are on this planet. Right now today we can't feed. The scientists have told us we are in this downward spiral where we don't have enough food and crops being brought to market to feed the amount of people that are on this planet. It's actually a serious problem, and the science is leaning into it and looking at making water solutions and solar solutions to just keep endless farms going that produce like giant tomatoes and stuff, like that Simpsons episode where Lisa makes a giant tomato for the science fair so that people in Africa or whatever who are starving can have a giant tomato and all this. And I mean, a giant tomato is better than, you know, starving. It's better than starving. It sucks. A giant tomato sucks. That's a nightshade. It's probably not too good to eat. Only tomato, you know, but it's better than starving to death. And it's got water and stuff and for like a desert climate. I mean, you know, so that giant tomato thing that they did on The Simpsons, it was a funny joke, but I actually really liked that. I thought it was very, very pro, you know, environments and stuff. And these days we must admit that we kept breeding and there's 10 billion people on the planet. We don't have 10 billion meals every time breakfast hits. We don't have 10 billion meals every time breakfast hits. That's the goddamn truth. If you want to boil it down to something that the tablet brain rots can understand, it's that we don't have 10 billion meals every time a fucking meal occurs. Every time 12 hours go by and it's breakfast time or whatever it is, it's like 6 hours. Every 6 hours of like at 9 a.m. in the morning, whatever time it is on the planet, everybody has breakfast or whatever, right? If they're working normal lives, and I mean, not all of us are normal and have circadian rhythm stuff like that, like 9 to 5s, but I mean, you know, whatever it is, everybody usually eats like 2 to 3 meals a day, and that's like, you know, and it's every 6 to 8 hours or so, right? What it's like no, I don't know, it's like what, if you wake up at 6, it's like breakfast at 6 and lunch at noon. If you wake up at 9, it's like breakfast at 9 and lunch at like 2:30 or 3. And so like, you know, and etc., right? But we don't have have 10 billion meals. We don't have, and it's not just the fucking fact that we don't have enough food. It's also the supply chain, the fucking logistics. Like, these are problems that an EVE Online player understands, because we have to move everything in the game has this like physical property that we must move around. I'm doing it right now. I'm hauling, right? And this is a reality about mankind that we don't really want to understand or believe in or like embrace. But I mean, logistics, which is like the science of moving stuff around, is actually a really big fucking problem for humanity. And that is why we don't have 10 billion meals every time breakfast hits and every time lunch hits, or much less, 11Z's or second breakfast or anything like this, or brunch or anything that rich people do or whatever. Like, when dinner comes around, that's generally when the whole world eats. I bet, because I think right now, I know I did it for many years in the lower class and stuff. I skipped lunch and I skipped breakfast and lunch. I just did it for, like, I did it since I was a kid. Since I was like 17, I've just skipped breakfast and lunch. I just don't do it. You see me do it on stream the last 3.5 years. I don't eat breakfast and lunch because I didn't have enough money to buy breakfast and lunch. So I just was like, I just raged at the machine with one of my favorite bands, Rage Against the Machine, and I just assumed they just need to rape up and fuck up the fucking world and steal all that money so bad that I just don't get breakfast or lunch anymore, and I spend that on a pack of cigarettes or whatever, just to deal with the stress of being around these fucking shithead efforts, right? And I mean this in a very straight rich white male thing, not some homophobic way. So like, these are realities that I did face. And so that's the problem about having 10 billion people on the fucking planet. We don't have 10 billion meals when breakfast, lunch, and dinner come around. So now, are people starving? Yeah, but but are they starving to death? Maybe not so much. They are getting like aid and stuff. They're not maybe starving to death so much. It is happening, but it's like not so much. We really worry about that. We freak out about that. So, but it does happen. And where I'm going with this is it's kind of crazy. It's like, it's crazy. I'm talking about statistics. You guys probably thought I was trying to make some kind of homophobic points or something like this, but I am talking about statistics. In the last 75 years, I would say it went from something like, at the max, and it was more like 15%, I think, in the 70s, and then it was like 20% in the 80s, and then 25% in the 90s, and it has sat there at like 25%, and I don't think it's going greater than that or something like that. But if I had told you what my personal conviction is of what my fellow mankind's gender orientations were as I walk around my small town, as I travel to the big city in the summer to see my family and best friends and such, as I see the other people around me, I do see a gender orientation of something like 25% gay. They wear it on their sleeves. They don't hide it, and that's fine. That's good. It is something that I wanted with the free love, free peace, power flower revolution and stuff, which is that, we don't want judgment of other people. That's God's job. That's why Christians look to a greater thing, or meccas, or like religious or people, they look for something higher. To me, it's like, I'm not religious, so I look for something higher in the logic and in the meaning, and I look at the statistics like a scientist, and I see that like, Kikimora is a problem in Japan, and that 75% of us are straight now, as opposed to like 85 or something like that. And it's weird, and so now, like, and that's fine. I have no issue with that, and I actually kind of exalt in it, because I know that it is a way of, and it's not an intentional way of, it's just a bonus of it. It does help with the population control, which is something that I do believe in. Spoken like Hitler, like a eugenics person, but I don't believe in population control like murder or genocide or something like that, like piece of shit, worthless ass Hitler or the right wing. I'm talking about, like, just population management, like good condom use, Planned Parenthoods, abortions if they want it, etc. Because the reality is, when breakfast comes around for the entire goddamn world, whatever hour of the earth that is, for whatever corner of the earth that you're on, like 2/3 of us skip our breakfast and lunch, And and then when it comes to it, there's not 10 billion meals to go around, and often we're getting like a pack of mashed potatoes or like $1 burger at the McDonald's or something. We're just getting by on that, particularly because we can't afford it, we don't have it, we didn't make plans to deal with it or anything like this, and we have a population boom of a Malthusian fucking proportion. And so now, like 25% of the whole world is like gay or something like that, and that's fine. But when you see it, when you look at like the Harvard University graduation, you're gonna see this when you watch this video. Like 25% of our community is gay. Now that's okay. I actually really like that. I do, but it's also sort of crazy because I don't know what would have caused. When I think of it, I go back looking tinfoil hat, kind of like Alex Jones, like talking about the frogs being gay, because I don't believe this was something to do with a cultural revolution, as much as you might say it is. I don't think it was. I think it was a cultural revolution that we stopped shaming gay people in public. Yeah, that was the cultural revolution that we needed, and I'm so fucking thankful that we got. But the real cultural revolution of gay was just the statistics. Like 25% of the world went gay. I would say 1 in 4 or something like that. Now that's not bad. I think the right wingers would despair at it because they don't like gay people, but I don't give a flying fuck about that. I like gay people. I have no issue with that. My real thing is what caused it, because it couldn't have been. I think it was actually the fact that the gay was shamed. I'm going to tell you what my theory is now, and I'm going to hit you with the hot take. I think gay was shamed for 2 million years. And then in America, we had like a cultural sexual revolution in the 60s and the 70s from the flower power revolution and the libs of TikTok and all this stuff. And it was a really good thing because for like 2 million years, we fucking shunned it, we stoned it, we shamed it, we Matthew Sheparded it, we did everything. And I say we because I'm talking about mankind. I'm a member of the human race, as much as I might feel shame like being a member of this club. I'm like Groucho Marx. I don't like being a member of any club that would have me as a member or whatever because I don't like them or whatever. So and I'll speak about gay in a statistical level thing. What happened to switch the currently gay community of like 15% of all of mankind or something like that and pump it to like 26.5? What happened? And you might say that it's the environment, and a lot of the science does support that point. Is the environment changed? What is the change? It's that we stop shaming it. Now, you might say that this was maybe not such a good thing and it led to like Kikimora, and I would fight that argument and I would say, no, we have 10 billion people on the planet. If 25% of those 10 billion people don't breed because they are homosexual, that is a good thing. And they can absolutely adopt kids from straight people if they want to. And so like, and you begin to see that the mankind is twisting and forming as it learns more about itself and more of what it is. And I have many proudly gay friends and family, well, not family, but friends and stuff. And I don't know anybody in my Nebraska family who is gay, I don't think. Like my family, they came from like Nebraska and North Dakota and stuff. And I don't know anybody in my family who was gay at all. I don't even know anybody with those leanings. Oh, I'm sorry, my father. Yes, the one non-biological. I'm talking about my mother's side of the family. My father was gay, but I believe my uncles were straight, and a lot of them. I think all of them died of either drunk or alcohol and stuff, and being a bum on the streets and stuff. But my father wasn't gay his whole life, obviously, or I wouldn't be here. He went gay at the end of his life, which is sort of an odd change. I don't understand that. That's sort of that to me is like, I don't know, that's like okay, so you just sort of decided one day that you just weren't straight anymore, and that's cool, but I don't think you were ever straight in the first place then, or whatever. So, I don't understand it. I didn't understand it when my mother told me. I was like, I don't care about gay people or homophobic people. I don't understand somebody who professes to be, or at least lives a straight lifestyle for 60 years or something like that, and then just suddenly switches when they're like 62. That seems fucking weird. That's another thing that I didn't like about that show, Grace and Frankie. It was a cool show about gay rights that I actually really liked a lot, and I thought the growing in it and the talking about it and all the acting was amazing. It was a good show. But the idea of going straight for 50 years, not going, well, it is going straight. If you were gay the whole time, you decided to go straight for 50 years. And this was because we shamed that generation. Not we, but I never did it, but like, you know, mankind shamed their generation for being gay. And that sucks, you know, that does suck for them really bad. So overnight, I would say it's like overnight, within 75 years, that it was no longer cool for that to be like that anymore. I would say since like the 1950s, you know, it was not okay to openly hate on gay people. It just really hasn't been. And like since the 70s, there was a revolution about it. And like, you know, and since the 90s, we've had like good like stuff like gay marriage and politicians. And thank God for Pete Buttigieg and all this, because it's like without strong gay politicians, I don't know if we could have shown the fucking fascists of this fucking world that it would be okay for politicians to be gay or something like that. Because politicians always talk about God ideals and like Christian values and family values and stuff like this. That's their platform. That's what they stand on. So you can see how a lot of politicians might not like the gay community. And so thank God for our Pete Buttigieg judges and all this, because I don't want shame for 25% of mankind. I just don't. I don't want shame for them. I don't want them facing hate crimes. I don't want them facing bad lives or poverty or anything like this, or bad treatment in high school or anything like this. I don't want this. They're just people like everybody the fuck else, right? So they're us. Then I say they, but I mean there is no they. They are like there is no they. I'm gonna say they because I don't know how to say the sentence without the word they are us. I don't know how to say the sentence they are us without the word they. Or I would just say us. I would just say us. You know, they are us. They are human beings. They are no different from us. They shit the same. They piss the same. When they die, they bleed the same. They end up the same color. You know, so it says blue M&M, red M&M. They're all the same color in the end. So when you see this Harvard University graduation protest, you're gonna see that 25% of them or something are gay, like this wonderful man here, right? So like that's cool, but like, you know, what changed? Was it the shame ended? That's what I want to believe it is. But I think science would tell you is that they put fucking fluorine in the fucking water. And it's fucking fucked up, but I think that's what science says. That's kind of crazy. I don't think Alex Jones was kind of wrong about this. Science did come and say that fluorine does cause hermaphrodism in biological organisms. This is something the scientific community is extremely unhappy to report, but it is something that they reported. Fucking fluorine in the fucking water. It absolutely does. Like the frogs are gay. Frogs are gay, right? That shit was so fucking crazy. But he's not wrong about the fact that the fluorine does cause hermaphrodism. Every scientist in the world came a step to that. I'm saying it because they said it. I mean, that's a scientific fact. The goddamn fluorine in the water does cause hermaphrodism. It absolutely does. Hermaphrodism, is that the word? I believe so. It does. Like, does fluorine cause hermaphrodism? Let's go look. Like, it's weird. It's not. It doesn't cause it on a mass level. You know, it really doesn't, but it can cause it. Like on some low percentage level, like 3 or 4%. It can cause it, though. It can cause it in like 3 or 4% or something like that. We looked at this on stream like 2 years ago when stupid ass Alex Jones got canceled for yelling the frogs are all gay. But then we did the deep dive on the frogs are gay thing, and we came back with a broken heart to report that yeah, fluorine does cause hermaphrodism, and that we know we should not be adding it to the water fucking supply. It's sort of like bleach. Bleach kills you, and so does fluorine. It's not a normal drug that you would ever put in H2O. I don't care who you are. It's not a normal drug that you would normally put in water. I don't know why we do. It's fucking weird. And yeah, purified water in Fiji and all these people that let California burn and stole the water and all this stuff that we looked at yesterday, they all put fluorine in the fucking water. Now, we don't really know why, but does fluorine in the water, does fluorine in the water, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm just going to double check here. We're going to double check. We're going to get an AI answer here. Does fluorine in water supplies cause hermaphroditis? Excuse me, I forgot what the word was. It's hermaphroditis, right? Yeah, it's hermaphrodite. I thought it was hermaphrodism, but it's hermaphroditis, excuse me. And no, there is no credible scientific evidence to suggest that fluorine or fluoride in water supplies causes hermaphrodism in humans. While there are conspiracy theories linking chemicals in water to changes in sexual development, these theories are not supported by scientific evidence. Current scientific consensus and research on fluoride in water supplies indicate that fluoride in drinking water is added at low levels to prevent cavities and promote dental health. Excessive fluoride intake over time can lead to dental fluorosis, which is skeletal. It's like skeletal decay. It's also bone problems. Okay, so I posit that it's inconclusive. The research has come back inconclusive. Fluoride exposure has come back inconclusive. I'm telling you what I think. I believe that fluoride does cause hermaphrodism. I don't think Alex Jones was wrong about that. I don't know why I believe this. It's probably because 25% of the mankind went LGBT when it used to only be like 13% or something like that, and then it boomed inside of 30 or 40 years. And I know I sound like Alex Jones, but I mean, there is cancer risk with water fluoridation. It will leave I'm stating that no, science will not support the idea that fluoride causes hermaphrodism. I'm wrong, but I personally think that it does. And I know that's fucking crazy. But I'm just telling you that I personally think it does, specifically because like 25% of mankind is gay now. I don't mind that, but I believe it is a form of social control to produce 25% of mankind to become gay, and this is a form of social control in that they will have less babies. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. We've got 10 billion people on this fucking planet. Now, does fluorine in the water supplies? I don't want to get canceled for misinformation, right? And I'm saying no, there is no credible scientific evidence to suggest that fluorine or fluoride in water supplies. But we keep coming back to this. Something in the water supply is causing this. Maybe it's not the fluorine, but I believe it is the water supply. I believe something in the water supply has made 3 generations of children since 1950 gay. I'll tell you this right now. Now, I'm not selling supplements and shilling to an audience of 1 million people like Alex Jones, so nobody cares what I say. But I'm going to tell you right now how fucking crazy that I am. I know the science does not support the fact that all the fucking chemicals that they put in the water make us gay. I know that the science doesn't support that all the chemicals that they put in the fucking chemtrails makes us gay, or whatever. And I mean us, I don't mean they. I don't like that word they when we talk about this. I'm talking about mankind. When I say us, I'm not talking about my gay community or anything like this. I'm not gay. I'm talking about like us as human beings. And these are us. This man is us, right? It's a strong, young, gay individual. That's fucking wonderful, right? But I wonder what brought us to this. Was it that he was born this way? Was it the chemicals? What caused this? And I don't mind. I actually really like it. I like the fact that he's gay. It's weird because my other fucking like I would say half of America doesn't like that this man is gay. I would say it's like half of America. I'm not one of them. I do like it. I think it's a really good thing. I think it's an important thing because our population has exploded and we need some form of control. If you won't give us birth control and abortion pills and all this, then fuck it. Let's all go gay or whatever.
Clive Lawrence. I'm a sophomore at Harvard
No,
College.
I would never touch a man. I'll fucking die first, and I'll tell you why. Because I get a fucking terrible physical revulsion response that makes me puke. I've never had it because I've never touched a man. But I know what it is, and I know I have it because anytime it even comes up, I'm like, oh, God. And I damn near retch. And I mean this, too. It's like a physical aversion to it. I have a physical aversion to touching other men in a real and verifiable way. You know, like I don't remember the last time I even let a man touch me. Probably like 20 years. Well, I hugged my best friend when I saw him this summer or whatever. But it had been, I don't know, 5.5 years since I'd seen him. I think that's acceptable or whatever. I was like, nah, let's bro hug or whatever. It's been 5.5 years. No homo or whatever. But I do have a strong physical fucking aversion to men. I'm sorry, I don't like watching sports. I don't like the male fucking figure. I have a strong physical revulsion when it comes to the male figure in the body. I'm sorry, that's just like what being straight is. I don't know.
Studying government, and I'm also a student organizer for various initiatives on campus.
And what's going on right now?
What's going on right now is
no, this man might not be gay, but he really, really seems gay to me. I'm sorry, and I believe it is because something in the water. I don't think it's our culture. Frankly, our culture really shames gay still. It really does. I don't think it's the culture. I think it's the something in the water, because like it went from 13 to 25%. You understand that number doubled. Like the amount of gay people doubled in the last 50 years, or it was 75 years, I think it was. This is good. It's a really good thing for mankind. There will be more jobs, more money, more support to go around because of it. This is a good thing for mankind. The gay people, they don't mind. They don't care that they're gay. It's good. It's good. You know, there's no shame. There's no problems with it. This is a good thing. Gay is good. It's like, I don't know. I don't understand what the right wing's fucking attitude towards it is. I don't really understand it. Gay is really good. It actually really does benefit all of mankind. It actually really is strongly good. It's like a good thing. It's a good thing for mankind. It actually really is. You know,
over the past semester, Donald Trump has.
But what caused it? We need to know. I need to know, because I think I'll tell you what I think it is. I want to believe that it was the chemicals in the water. I want to believe it's the environment. But no, I tell you right now what my core baseline belief has always been. Pieces of shitiots have shamed gay people since the first time some man sucked dick. And I think it's been like that for 2.6 million years or something like that. When the shame finally fucking ended, the gay community exploded. And that's what happens when you systematically, as rich white shitheads, you fucking systematically objectify and fucking suppress everything that you don't understand. When the suppression finally ends, the population booms to double what it was, whatever that was, be it black. Okay, when the suppression of black people finally ends, and I mean this, we're gonna see this wonderful explosion in the African community when they understand that they're exactly the same as us. They're just us. And when they understand it, it's going to be this wonderful explosion of population. And it still hasn't happened. I mean, that has not happened. No matter what you say, it hasn't happened. The shame is still there. You still put your boots on their fucking neck and choke them to death. It's still there. You dislike black people as the right wing and all those cops and all that brutality and that stupid ass shit that you do. It's still there. And like, we all pray that you die a death of old age, and preferably one that's painful or whatever, with your shitty biases and your fucking racism and all this. We just hope that people like you get slew, right? That's Lily Allen in a very famous song singing about how people like you need to get slew with your fucking judgment and all that. Oh, you think you're God with all that judgment? You think it's approval that you're after or whatever? Like, let's read the Lily Allen song lyrics, because I really love this song. It's called "Fuck You" to all the fucking It's called "Fuck You." Look inside. This is how I think of the right wing, right? Look inside your tiny mind. Now look a bit harder, because we're so uninspired, so sick and tired of all the hatred that you harbor. So you say it's not okay to be gay. Well, I think you're just evil. You're just some racist who can't tie my laces. Your point of view is medieval. So now you might think I'm being homophobic when I say what happened to cause the gay population to boom. But no, it's actually kind of scientific interest. Was it the fact that the shame wasn't there anymore? Because I want to believe that it is. I want to believe. I think, you know, I think God's in the plans here or whatever. I want to believe that when the shame ended, or at least the public shame ended, I don't think it's ended in people's hearts and minds, but I think when the public shame ended, the gay community exploded, and I fucking love that. I fucking love that. It means that we can survive. It means that we can withstand anything, even 2.5 million years of suppression and hatred and hatred harbored in the heart of every fucking straight person for like 2.5 million years or something like that. I know it's been like that for the gay community long beyond whatever it's been. It's been like that forever, right? So you're just some racist who can't tie my laces. Your point of view is medieval, and I can't believe you have it from 2020. I don't believe you have it I can't believe you have it in 2025. I believe it like the right wing. I can't believe they have it, right? So fuck you very, very much, because we hate what you do and we hate your whole crew. So please don't stay in touch, right? Do you get a little kick out of being small-minded? I think you do. I think you get an evil little shitty kick. You want to be like your father. It's approval you're after. Well, that's not how you find it. Right? And when 25% of mankind is gay, how's that whole you dislike gay people and black people thing gonna go? How's that gonna go? You know,
against targeting higher education institutions, especially.
It's like I marvel at the numbers. I'm like, oh my god, like 1 in 4 of us are gay now, or something like that, which is fucking awesome. It's awesome. But I marvel at what changed. I think it was the death of the shame. Look at how beautiful it is. It's the death of the devil. It's kind of like the death of the devil. The devil lived in Daniel Johnson down in Georgia or whatever for 2.5 million fucking years, and now the devil's starting to die. It's actually kind of cool. I think a lot of people will say that the world's about to end and the devil's going to win. But no, I actually see it the other way around. I think the devil's slowly dying. And I think the devil in Daniel Johnson down in Georgia is about to fucking die, kind of. It's insane. Like, whatever. I think it's about to die. That hatred, give it another 75 years and another 75 years. And at this current rate, like every 75 years, 25% of mankind goes gay or something like that. Now, that's not what's going to happen. It's like, and that's not what's going to happen, and I'll tell you why. I know about this a lot more than other people know about this, because I read books when I was a fucking kid, and they forced me to learn about the Fisher principle when I was a kid. So I'm going to tell you how I know this. There is they call this a fucking law of nature. It's called the Fisher principle. No matter what, the gender orientation always remains 50-50 male and female, no matter what the culture is, no matter what the species is, no matter where you are, no matter what the environment might change it. Like if you're a volcano newt and 98% of the volcano newts just got burned by the volcano, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a gender gap there, but it fixes inevitably within 100 years. And what is the Fisher effect, right? Good scientists and people who read books remember how like 25% of the tablet brain rot generations, 75 years of them, something like this, I'm sorry, not, yeah, like, it's 45, it's like 50 years of them, something like that. In the last 50 years, we've had like a sharp incline, not a decline, an incline in homosexuality and illiteracy, and I don't know why, but that's just stuff that happened. We don't know. So we look at the statistics and so what is it called? The likelihoods of this happening, like it didn't happen the last 2.5 million years. But I think what it actually is it's like this Fisher effect in the hatred that mankind has harbored towards gay people or black people or people of color, all of their known lives for 2.5 million years, all of mankind's history and shit. This has been here. We know it. Like as long as there's been prostitution, there's also been hating black people and hating gay people. It's disgusting. We don't know why it's like that, but it is. And so what is the Fisher effect though, right? No matter what, and I can tell you what I think this boom is. Why did it suddenly become that 25% of all of humanity is gay? I think it's something about the chemicals in the water, and I'm going to tell you that it's like 1% of the problem. I think 1% of the problem is the chemicals in the water. I'm not saying like Alex Jones that the water made the frogs gay. I'm saying that 1% of the problem is the fucking chemicals in the water, the chemicals in the chemtrails, the chemicals in the food, the chemicals in the air, the chemicals in the Monsanto's vegetables, the chemicals in fucking everything that causes cancer, and I swear to God, homosexuality. Now you would know we've never found anything in science to prove this. I just believe it is. I think the more toxic your fucking diet and all this shit, the more kind of weird and sort of hormonal your body goes, and the more hormonal you are, the more gay you get. It's sort of weird. So I mean, wouldn't you say that I mean, I get kind of homophobic here when in my statements, which I don't wish to be, so I'm just not going to make them. I don't wish to be homophobic. I don't. So what is the Fisher effect, right? So no matter how gay they go, though, no matter how gay they go, the gender orientation thing always remains 50%, 50%. This is the Fisher effect. It's a principle that's been proven for hundreds of years. And it doesn't matter if it's human or not. It happens in everything because it has something to do with breeding laws or something, or God or nature, whatever you want to fucking say is in the fucking Indra's net or whatever. Something about breeding. No matter what, we always maintain a 50-50 male-female ratio. So no matter what, no matter how gay the fucking mankind gets, like the Fisher principle dictates that we can always breed. And I would like to educate them about this too. This is another reason why gay people are totally cool. They're like totally cool. They are not a threat to us. They are actually really a good thing. They're a good. They're like really a good thing. It's like they're a positive thing. They are a really good thing for mankind, and they have not been treated like this. Not for millions of years have they been like that. They've been suppressed forever. And no, I'm not cool about it. So I'm not cool with it. I'm not cool with that. I'm not cool with that suppression of anything or anyone. It's the systematic suppression and objectification of women, people of color, and gay people since the dawn of man, and prostitutes too. And prostitutes, they're really bad about. They'll like kill those. They'll kill those with wanton abandon. Like that. I mean, I swear to God, they will. Even Eileen Wuornos.
Harvard revoked Harvard's ability.
Even female prostitutes will kill like that will kill Johns with wanton abandon. It's something about it. The judgment around the prostitution thing causes people to kill each other. We don't know why, but it's just like, get rid of the judgment. Maybe they'll stop killing hookers, you know? Get rid of the judgment and maybe they'll stop killing hookers, you know? Like have you guys heard about all the women that have been lost in the Mexican desert? This is a terrible problem that the Western media will never talk about because it does sort of actually light up how bad the rape problem has actually gotten and how bad men have kind of let themselves become. But I mean, there's this like supposed grave full of workers that ladies that used to walk to the Mexican factories, and you know, my favorite band for like 25 years or something was at the drive-in. They wrote a song about this called One Arm Scissor, and during One Arm Scissor, and I can't do it because of piece of shit oligarchs have destroyed the world with their DMCA, and I can't play music for children and try to teach them lessons and stuff like this. So down with the rich white oligarchs. But you know, but there's Mexican mass graves where these poor lower class women used to walk to the factories to do canning and stuff like this, and the cartels and the fucking men were just raping. They were like abducting them and raping them and leaving them in mass graves. Now you might have seen this in a very famous movie called Dusk Till Dawn, when they go on down there to the truck stop and in the desert in Mexico. Dog pussy, chicken pussy, horse pussy. If you can find better pussy, fuck it, or whatever, with Cheech Marin and all this. Remember from Dusk Till Dawn? You're probably too young for that, but I mean, I remember from Dusk Till Dawn, and there's this terrible scene at the end when all of the people that have been stuffed in the mass graves in Mexico become vampires and then take over the truck stop and start the vampire revolution, right? Where they try to kill the whole world, kind of. And there was all kinds of plot lines in American Horror Story about that. Vampires trying to take over the world who have like a doomsday cult that stay in doomsday bunkers like Fallout and stuff like this, right? And so we don't like talking about this. I don't like talking about this on my stream and stuff, but yeah, men do rape women on a fucking massive scale and leave them to die in massive graves in the fucking desert. That's how bad men actually are. Now, are all men like this? Am I like this? Are my family and my friends like this? No, not at all. Are all of us like this? No. But are men capable of this? Yes. How do we stop this? We get smarter. We learn stuff about the Fisher effect. We learn about the mass graves. We don't hide it. We don't fucking, we don't try to CNN whitewash it or anything like this. But yeah, we've known for 10 years, 15, no, more like 19 years, I think, or something. There has been mass graves discovered in the Mexican state of Morelos, I believe they said, or Morelos, yeah. Morales is what I always heard. They always call this Zacatecas or Morales or whatever it is. I forget. But yeah, they found a mass grave of like 100 women. And it's not just women, it's just people. It's just people being mass killed. And we know that mankind gets up to this stuff in the background. It doesn't even get caught. This was never solved. It's the biggest it's the biggest mystery since the Holocaust. What happened to these hundreds of people in the fucking desert? And I'm just going to leave it. It's such dark content for the stream. I don't want to live there, so we're going to get off it, but this is proof of what mankind is capable of. And so how do we combat that? It's education. We just educate mankind that we have this savage beast inside of us or whatever that does terrible things. And not all of us are like that. I'm not. I've never been like that. I've never done anything horrible like that at all. Never even close. Not even close to it. And so I look at it from like this, like whitewashed, purified, like I didn't do anything, fucking I'm clean of it. I'm not guilty of this like thing. But I still think of mankind as us, and I think of mankind as us, and us has a problem with raping and killing people and leaving them in the desert. I don't know why. So the Fisher effect ensures that no matter how gay we get, no matter how much we starve and kill each other, no matter how many world wars or dust bowls happen, or say like an ice age, it doesn't matter. The gender balance always remains 50-50. If you can understand this, you can understand why gay is not bad. Who cares if 25% of a 50-50 ratio is gay? I don't care. Gay people are good. And this is why millions of years of suppression of the gay community is unacceptable. 25% of us are gay.
Royal international students.
I'm not gay. No homo. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, but 25% of us being mankind are gay. And that's fine. It's just, you know, no matter what, we're going to be okay. So it doesn't matter. I mean, no matter what, Fisher principle dictates that we'll be okay, you know?
What is the Fisher effect? The Fisher effect describes the relationship between the inflation rate and the nominal interest rate. Suppose your grandma lends you $100 at an interest rate of 10%.
I'm sorry, this is the Fisher effect. We're looking for the Fisher principle. The sex ratio theory. Excuse me, I forgot that there was another Fishers in finance, and I know that Fishers in finance, which is the problem with the world, by the way. We just sort of stumbled on the problem with the world. Would you guys like to hear it? Is that with the more inflation there is, the more sorrow there is, just on a mass level. So the fastest way to make mankind unhappy and kill each other and get them all roiled up and fucking miserable and poor and all this stuff, right, is inflation, just raising the cost of everything. The thing that it is true, the thing that depresses mankind the most is and this is true, is the raising of prices. It's sad, but it is true. The raising of prices is the most direct cause of mankind's depression. Like all of mankind's depression, it's the raising of prices. Nobody can afford to get the things that they need or want, so they get depressed. And this is the Fisher effect, and it is proof that the inflation that these piece of shit oligarchs get up to, full blown does damn near kill the human race. You wonder why school shootings happen, and why mass genocides happen, and stuff like Israel Palestine and October 7th and all this. You wonder why that stuff happens? It's because there's not enough money to go around, because the greedy shitheads stole all that money and all this and raised the inflation so high that all of mankind is bummed out to the point where they're basically alcoholics or whatever, because they can't handle the cost of everything. And that's the problem with the world. It's the oligarchs. They raise the price of everything. That's called the Fisher effect. That's called it was Irving Fisher came up with this like 100 years ago or something. That's called the Fisher effect. It's the death of mankind. It's what will cause the death of mankind. Inflation. We've known this for like 100 years, but nobody reads books, and they're all just idiot right wingers who listen to like public radio or something. We don't know. I don't know what it is, but we don't read books or read the trade mags anymore, so we don't know what Fisher principle and Fisher effect is anymore. But I've known for like 25 years. I don't know. I've known for a long time. These are basic things that they talk in basic science rags like Scientific American and stuff. So if you leaf through a Scientific American at all, you're going to see this stuff. It's actually like really easy to learn about this. Like the scientists know about all of these problems and they know what the solutions are, but we don't have any money, so we can't solve anything because of the inflation, because of the Fisher effect. We even know what the Fisher effect is, but we don't ever stop it. We just glorify money like it's our god now, and we only respect people with money, and we know the Fisher effect exists, and that inflation literally is the biggest problem in mankind's lexicon. It's worse than genocide. The Fisher effect really is like the worst fucking problem in mankind's lexicon. It's the inflation rising of prices to the point where nobody can be happy anymore. It's the biggest, most worst existential problem in mankind's history. It's worse than the Holocaust, and I don't mean to downplay the plight of the Jews, but see, the plight of the Jews only affected the Jews, really. And, you know, it sucks, but it does. I mean, it's true, but this affects every living being on Earth, you know? There were Southeast Islanders who didn't know that World War II happened. and there's like tribes in Africa who didn't know that World War II happened, but those people, they know about Fisher effect. They know that the rising of prices in their tribe will be the death of their tribe. And I'm not kidding about these things. I wish I was, but no, I'm really actually deathly fucking serious. I could lead TED Talks with this shit, but nobody cares. So why would I go to TED Talks with this shit? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. They're all just gonna keep fucking each other and killing each other. Who cares? I don't care that it happens. I don't care about the Fisher effect. I mean, I care when genocides happen, and I don't like the right wing, and when they get out of hand, genocides happen. But I mean, you know, I don't like genocides, yeah, but I mean, like, beyond that, I don't care that any of this stuff happens. It's all just the same slurry and the same swamp. It's all just the universe. This is what the universe is. Fisher effect and Fisher principles and such. This is what the universe is. We can act like raising prices is totally fine until we get so depressed we all kill each other or kill ourselves. But no, raising the prices and inflation levels like this for 50 fucking years is actually the most surefire way to ensure that mankind doesn't survive. It's actually faster than atomic war. People will crawl into caves and survive atomic war. They will not survive the raising of the prices. That's the end all be all event horizon death of humanity. Where the prices get so high that nobody can eat anymore, and then we just have to fight a war to get them back to a place where we can survive again, like Hitler and the World War II and all this. That's when everything gets at its worst, and that is because of the Fisher effect. Now, we covered the Fisher effect the 5th month of my stream. It eventually, you know, it's been 3.5 years into my stream, but we covered the Fisher effect like 5 months in. I forgot all about it because I don't care. It's just the same old slurry. It's just cosmic space dust. Like one might ask me why I don't believe in angels and don't care, and the answer is it's all space, it's all cosmic space dust, like hurtling through in a totally, and I mean Earth, and I mean this about planet Earth. Planet Earth is an entirely fucking totally what would you call it? Like ineffectual ball of dust flying through the cosmos. That's just hurtling through it. That's all it is. Our lives don't matter. There is no God. There is no energy. There is no magic. There's nothing like that. We can dream and we can make those things up if we want, because our brain matter makes up the fucking universe and the things that create the matter that become carbon and stuff. We can our brain waves become carbon. I do believe that, and that is insane, but I do believe that eventually brain waves become carbon and concepts become stars. So, and I mean, and I believe that's what the birth of stars is, you know? And so, you know, and so, yeah, we learned about the Fisher effect like 5 months into my stream, and then I promptly forget about it because I don't care. It's all just dust. Like hurtling through the universe, the stars, the sun, the planet Earth, our lives, Donald Trump, it's all just fucking dust hurtling through the fucking universe and stuff. And so when you come to understand the Fisher effect, you can also very humorously immediately disregard it because it'll never affect you. It'll never affect you. It's this thing that lasts throughout the millennia, throughout all of mankind's lexicon, all throughout our history. The Fisher effect and Fisher principles have been there, which is that you can't break the gender ratio. It's always 50-50, no matter how gay, no matter how homicidal or genocidal that we get, no matter how sexist and misogynist that we get. And I believe we probably killed all the women in society too before. I think we've killed all the black people in society before. I think the rich white man has killed every woman before. I think they've killed every black person before. I think the rich white man gets up to genocides. I just do believe that's what they do. I'm sorry, but I believe that because that's what they've constantly done for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. I'm sorry, is quoting the actual statistics not okay, but I believe the rich white man pretty much does cause mostly just genocide. So we move on. We try to get off that dark theory, but I mean, it is a dark theory. I think that's all the white man is here to do. They're like the devil that's here to cause the problems or whatever. They say that mankind. Oh, sorry. They say that, I'm going to quote Elliott Smith at you, and this is a life's motto for me. They say that God makes problems so that mankind does as the devil pleases and gives up the things that they love. And so there's this constant genocidal right-wing push to tell us that we can't do something, or to tell us that we have to do something. We can't do something, or that we have to do something. Never, hey, how you doing? I'm your friend. Would you like to be in this universe with me? It's telling me I can't do something or telling me I have to do something. One or the other two. That's it. It's never, hey, we're in this together. Would you like to build a team and go be a party and chill and coincide and be cool with each other? It's, you have to do this and you can't do that, right? So, a man should embrace the notion of power of something. A man should abandon the notion of a power over something. Is a reoccurring thing on the stream almost every single day. These are things that I can quote at you, like TED Talks, because of the Fisher effect and the Fisher principle. You can't ever break the gender ratio with gay, so gay is totally fine. Let's all be gay. The other thing is the Fisher effect, which is that, yes, your inflation is the greatest problem that has ever plagued mankind. Worse than the Holocaust, worse than sexism, worse than racism. It affects every living being every member of mankind since the dawn of man has suffered due to half of mankind acting like raising the prices is okay. Raising the prices isn't okay. Prices are there to ensure that everybody can buy things. That's all they're there for. When you raise them and you're greedy, you kill all of mankind. And yes, your greed actually does kill all of mankind. And that is why we should kill the oligarchs and form a revolution, walk through their blood to the door of the White House and reform this government to take care of our kids first. I don't give a flying fuck about adults. I don't care what happens to adults. I want to make sure that the kids have roads and schools and educations and masters and college and 3 square meals a day until they're 32 and all this other shit. I don't give a flying fuck about adults past 33. They can fuck off and die in a Holocaust or fuck off and die in an overdose. I don't give a flying fuck what happens to human beings. But I do care about the kids. And this world that we built is basically around damaging kids. This country that we built is pretty much based around damaging kids. It's ensuring that their education isn't good enough. It's just ensuring that they don't get enough food or enough support or TLC or any of this other stuff. So yeah, the Fisher effect and the Fisher principle both dictate that the right wing is shitheads and the rich people are shitheads, and they've been killing us for a long time. And no matter how much they shame gay people, it isn't ever going to matter. And no matter how many of us become gay, it's never going to matter. The Fisher effect and the Fisher principle fucking stand. And yes, the more you raise the prices, the more world wars you're going to see. You raising prices, the Fisher effect, right? You raising prices, the more you raise prices, the more death, sorrow, rape, murder, school shootings, like everything, right? Because we got population issues and we've got inflation issues. And yes, the Fisher effect dictates that the more you raise the prices, the faster mankind dies. You've been raising prices. How much is a car? It's like 50 grand. Fuck you. I should kill you for that. How much is a house? Oh my God, it's $600,000. Fuck you. I should kill you for that, rich white man. How much is a rent? Is it $2,000, $1,100 to $2,000? Fuck you, rich white man. I should fucking kill you for that. I should kill you for that. But the Fisher effect dictates that sooner or later, you're just going to kill us all with your inflation. It's just, I mean, that's what the Fisher effect, and the Fisher effect is real. We've known about it for hundreds of years. It's a real thing. You can't get around it. If you keep inflating the prices, eventually that community dies. If you keep breeding and keep overpopulating, eventually that community dies. If you, whatever.
What is the Fisher effect? The Fisher effect describes the relationship between the inflation rate and the nominal interest rate.
Right, and nobody knows what nominal interest rate is, and I don't even know if I can define it, but I mean, I'm going to try and define it, and I'm going to tell you what I think it is, and then we're going to actually go and look at nominal interest rate, right? There is a level of payback that everybody wants to pay when they borrow something. Now, that there's a level of interest that everybody feels is fair when they when they borrow a loan. And then there's what these piece of shit oligarchs charge. And the inflation. And when the inflation goes higher, it becomes like less and less comfortable for the poor to get a loan. The nominal interest rate rises and nobody makes any money except rich white people.
Suppose your grandma lends you $100 at an interest rate of 10%. That's right, this grandma has an interest rate. But suppose also that over the year, the inflation rate is 10%. So at the end of the year, you pay your grandma back $110. That looks pretty good on paper.
No, I mangled it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was thinking it was like this correlation between like the if you keep raising the prices, nobody gets loans, which is also a problem about this. You know, that's also a problem about the Fisher effect. But no, it's actually that if the interest rate is the exact same thing as the inflation rate, mankind dies.
But during that year...
That's what's happening. That's what Donald Trump and all his piece of shit cronies and their deep state web, deep state, fucking like Bitcoin, fucking Dogecoin, fucking shithead Elon Musk, you know, Obama, Joe Biden, fucking Hillary, you know, Billary, Killary, fucking like deep state fucking individuals and stuff who understand that if the interest rate always stays the same as the inflation rate, we will die and they will live.
Become less valuable. Due to inflation, what used to cost $100 now costs $110. So what's your grandma's real return? Zero.
Yeah, this is a problem for them. Generally, it's a problem for us. Nobody wins, and then we die.
We can write that the real interest rate is equal to the nominal rate.
Real interest, yeah, like real interest rate is the nominal rate, which is what you and the person think is fair.
Minus the inflation rate.
And then what and how much it is to do business in that environment, that's the inflation rate, right? That's what the real interest rate is. But they've kept the inflation rate at exactly what the interest rate is for exactly 75 years, you know, since the 50s.
Inflation reduces the real return on a loan.
Reaganomics and the repeal of and that's both Democrats and Republicans. The Reaganomics and the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act ensured that predator banking was law. Not only was it like, you know, supported, but also law. It's like law now that banks are like predatorize us.
Expected
or that banks hunt us. It's like law now because of the like literally there's no laws stopping it. So that's basically like there's a law that says that the banks pretty much hunt us as prey.
Rate to be 10%.
Then one of the ways that the banks hunt us and like as prey is they keep the real interest rate at exactly whatever the inflation rate is. So they're the only ones who ever make any money.
In order to get a real return of 5%.
Another way that rich people fuck us to death is they use the stock market. They use stock market portfolios as conjecture interest and capital to do stock market conjecture. So that money isn't real. They'll say, I believe, and I know because I deep dived this last year and I actually invested myself, right? And I would be a billionaire investor, no problem. I can make $1 billion. That's actually really, really easy. If you can get past this problem, the Fisher effect, which is the death of mankind, which is that they raise the interest rate to exactly what the loans are. So there's no real reason to get a loan. The interest is so fucking high. Why borrow money, right? So, and this killed my parents' generation, and they're so dumb they don't know it. But I mean, they're the people who repealed the Glass-Steagall Act because they're that goddamn dumb. Bill Clinton repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. That, you know, they're that goddamn dumb. They're like that dumb. Like when he was like 45, he did that or something like that. 49 something. He repealed the Glass-Steagall Act and he made it fucking like pretty much the law of the land that the banks try to get fees and like, you know, non-sufficient fees and interest rates that are skyrocketed and all this crazy shit, right? And so as long as the banks and the lenders and all the stock exchange people keep this equal, we never make money and they only make all the money. And then the other way that they cheat, well, there's many millions of ways that they cheat. Like they don't ever pay taxes. If they do, they cheat. They form LLCs and dodge taxes all the time. Like Donald Trump stole like $600 million in back taxes or something. He owes me like $1 million himself. As you know, because I do pay my taxes. The fucking like what else is there? There's like the fact that they tell some borrower that next year they're gonna buy 500 shares of Nvidia or 5,000 shares of Nvidia, and then they need a loan today so they can day trade on Nvidia. So then the bank gives them a loan for next year. For capital that they're making next year on the stock exchange when they buy Nvidia, so they can borrow money today so they can invest in Nvidia and day trade Nvidia today. And at no point did they ever spend any money. They just collect money. The bank just gives them some $100 million loan. They go and day trade on today at Nvidia. They make $105 million and they quit at the end of the day. They walk with the $5 million, but they never did ever have any money. They just told the bank that they were going to do business next year because they've got reputations that the bank respects. And they say, next year I'm going to buy $100 billion worth of Nvidia stocks. So can I borrow $100 million on that $100 billion today? And they're like, yes, you can. And so then they take that $100 million, they invest in Nvidia, they walk with $113 million that day, they pay back the fucking portfolio investor that day, and they walk with $13 million that they didn't fucking work for, that they didn't borrow money. I mean, they borrowed money for it, but they didn't actually supply a product for. Now, where does that money come from? The public. I mean, that's the public's money. It comes from somewhere, and it is the public, right? We don't really understand where it comes from, but we know whose money it is. It's the public's money. The rich person doesn't ever actually put any money on the barrelhead to get that loan of $100 million to go slap down on Nvidia. And that's what I suggest that you do as a rich person or a poor person. That's what I did last year. I invested in Nvidia, but I've got people, taking, or I've got piece of shit oligarchs ensuring that I live off of $7,000 a year, so I can't even invest $100 without seriously affecting my personal life really badly. So now I'm not even gonna do that. And understanding all this knowledge is completely worthless, and having the key to making $1 billion in a year is completely worthless if you can't even get $100. That's what the piece of shit baby boomer generation did to the entirety of mankind, and that's why we pray for their deaths, essentially. Their banks and their interest and their inflation and their governments and their problems and their forever wars and stuff, they caused a 75-year downturn, like a 75-year long depression that never ended. And then and right at the end of it was a bank crisis that killed America. And so, yeah, we do hate them. We hate the banks. We hate the demon bankers that sit there in the fucking Cayman Islands and stuff and work with the Bitcoin bros. We hate the Bitcoin bros. We hate the right wing. We kind of hate the baby boomers because they didn't know any better, and we do for some reason. And I guess we know better because of the internet. They didn't know better, though. They had telephones, so they didn't know better. Nobody called each other and told them that keeping the inflation rate at the exact same rate that the interest rate is at for the entire fucking country is absolutely a way to ensure that the lower and the middle class absolutely die. And now they didn't call each other on the phone in the 70s and tell themselves or tell each other this, but we did. In like the year 2005, we got on the internet and we told the whole fucking world, and my whole generation did. We told the whole fucking world on Reddit and 4chan and all this other shit what they were actually up to. And then we got Michael Moore making movies like Bowling for Columbine and Sicko and stuff like this, trying to expose what these piece of shit oligarchs have actually been doing to us for 75 years. They control all the water, they control all the food, they buy government cheese and blow $100 billion on nothing. They conjecture on stock portfolios with imaginary money. They rob all the gold out of Fort Knox, and we don't know where that went. We really don't know where that went. They sow the fucking skies with fucking, this is the baby boomer generation. We don't know why they did this, and we pray for their fucking death. Not my parents. My parents didn't do this. Your parents didn't do this. We're talking about the government, the baby boomer generation, all of them, for every single government out there. The government for their whole generation shat up and ruined every single fucking thing that they could. They ruined the interest rate, they ruined the inflation rate, they ruined food, they ruined water, they ruined pharmaceuticals, they ruined drugs, they ruined the ocean, they ruined the coral reefs, they ruined everything, and we inherited all of this, and we're doing it too. I'm no different. So, you can't point the finger at them. They just fucked us with careless abandon, assuming eternal supply. Like they were just going to keep like producing rainforests faster than they were burning down the rainforest or something, which is just fucking ridiculous. You cannot fucking produce rainforests faster than they're burning them down, or chopping them down,
She must charge you a nominal interest rate of 15%.
Yeah, she has to raise the inflation. That's the other nasty thing. For them to make any profit at all, and they only make like 1%, 2% profits, but that's still billions of dollars to them. So that's what they do. They're not good at business. They're not good at taxes. Like Donald Trump, they take $1 billion and they lose it all. They're not good at business. They're not smart. They don't read books. They're like walking like Donald Trump and their dinosaur Don fucking dynasty. The Diaper Don dynasty, right? They're walking manifestations of the Dunning-Kruger effect. They'll tell you how powerful they are because of their military and all this stuff and their internet and their businesses and their money and their telecommunications empires and all this shit. But when it really comes down to it, what does that stuff do? It would go down in a day. The power grid would come down in a day. The water grid would come down in a day. The internet grid would come down in a day. That's one of the reasons why I download so many video games with like wanton, careless, like abandon with no shame, is I'm terrified that the power and the fucking internet grid are going to go down. I'm going to have to live as a video game player on a computer that I'm going to have to fix all of my fucking life, which I can't because it's going to be the apocalypse. And I won't be able to do what I consider to be sacrosanct, which is the freedom and the pursuit of happiness, which is something that America used to believe in till the 50s and the oligarchs and the hegemony or whatever. So now we don't have freedom in the pursuit of happiness. We have inflation and rising interest rates. Nobody can get the things that they need or want. Nobody can splurge and buy a sports car, which I think is a bigger deal for Americans who grew up on Miami Vice than we care to admit. And nobody can do anything. And that's a fucking problem. It's a really serious fucking problem. And then nobody ever says anything about it. They just go, oh, in college we learned about the Fisher effect.
Grandma's cold for charging.
I call for the death of the government. I mean it too. I think their mishandling of the inflation and the interest rate is absolutely proof that they want us to die, and they've been profiting off that death. Martin Shkreli is proof of it.
You have 15% interest rate.
Death to these pieces of shit that have been living off of off the fat of the fucking land. I don't want these sycophants like sucking our blood any longer.
But she isn't alone.
I'm not talking about poor people in the ghetto who live off of disability or something like me. I'm talking about rich people who live in mansions who charge 99% markups.
Behavior.
Those are the actual lazy shitheads destroying fucking America.
Everyone does it, and it's called the Fisher effect, named after the great...
How much damage does somebody sitting in the ghetto cause? Let's see. For most of my adult life since I was 18, I have lived off between $7,000 and $11,000 a year. Let's do the math on that. You know, and I mean this too. Let's be really generous with it and say it's $24,000 a year. It's still fucking disgustingly bad. So let's call it. I've been an adult for 27 years, or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, that's $648,000, right? The amount of money that I have made in my lifetime would equal exactly one house. That's it. That's what this inflation and interest and Brawligar piece of shit Diaper Dawn dynasty cocksucker fucking generation did to us. They made it so, yeah, you can raise about enough money to buy one thing when you know that you need food, transportation, education, power, water, mental health care, body health care, college tuition, all these fucking things, you know, all the killing problems that are killing America and all this. And yeah, in my entire fucking lifetime, I made about, well, because I dealt drugs, it was a little bit more. It was like maybe 800,000 or something like that. So call it 800,000 being generationally honest. That is how much money I've made in my lifetime. It's about $800,000 if I'm being truly fucking honest, and that's not honest. The real math of it is, and I'll tell you, and my mother knows because she used to have to foot the goddamn bill all the goddamn time. The real math of it is it's never been more than 11,000 a year for like 27 years. That's the real math of it. Now, I was generous and I used like a government statistic, which is like I've made $648,000 in my entire goddamn lifetime, and that's what a house costs, right? So then, but what about all the other things that I needed, like food, water, transportation, education, job training, travel, expenses, taxes, all that other stuff, right? It's not like the $648,000 pays for all of those things. It only pays for what you charge for a house. That's it. And that's proof that the piece of shit Diaper Dawn dynasty generation absolutely did set out to kill the rest of humanity for all the rest of mankind's history. And so we do think of them as traitors. We don't like them. We don't particularly appreciate them. We don't respect them. We don't ever listen to them when they tell us to do something or anything like this. We don't like their drug laws. We don't care. We love them and we care about them because they're our family and we live in the same country as them. But do we respect them? The answer is no, because of the Fisher principle. They raised the interest rate to the exact same as the fucking inflation rate, and they killed America. And now I don't know anybody in my age in America, not anybody. I know people who made double this because they worked all of their goddamn lives because they're stupid and they worked as a serf all of their goddamn lives. But yeah, my friend A. Feldman, I'm not going to say his full name, but my friend A. Feldman, I know that's who my mother respects the most. That's the person I respect the least. That's the biggest tool that I fucking know. It's fucking sad, but the piece of shit dinosaur oligarchs, they really want to fucking foster these fucking tools who work as serfs all of their goddamn life to make sure that they make a little bit more than $648,000. Nah, I'm stealing every meal. I'm getting high. I'm fucking off in my job. You guys, nah, I'm full-blown rebelling against everything. It's like Rebel Without a Cause, right? Their piece of shit telephone generation was so stupid that they made that movie Rebel Without a Cause, which is so dumb. You don't know what you're rebelling against? It's the Fisher effect. I know what it's been. It's been the inflation and the raising of prices all of our life. The raising of the prices all of our lives is the death of America. It's the Fisher effect. It absolutely is. You guys go, oh, Rebel Without a Cause. He's Marlon Brando. He's hot and he's sexy. He's rebelling against things, but we don't know what it is. Fucking stupid. You don't know what it is? It's conformity, the Fisher effect, the inflation, the credit card fucking like reality, and the fucking brawligarchs and the fucking rich people. It's like literally like, you don't know what you're rebelling against. Are you fucking serious? Like fucking, okay, when I was 17 years old, brawligarchs crashed fucking planes into an American building in New York City and killed 3,600 of our own troops right there on the screen in front of me. Like, Jesus Christ, am I supposed to ignore this? And I'm not gonna fucking ignore it. No, I didn't ignore it whatsoever. No. And like, so yeah, yeah, Mr. AF, who worked all of his fucking life and stuff for the banks and the fucking oligarchs and all this shit, and had enough money to buy his own house and then rented out the other half of the house and lived off the rent in his old age and shit. Oh, good. What a good little fucking hamster. What a good little hamster. When he goes on down to the bar on Sunday, nobody will even buy him a beer or whatever. But trust me, when I go down to the bar on Sunday, somebody buys me a beer because they know who I am and what I've been through. It's fucking insane. So, like, you know, you can be that pencil dick fucking pencil pusher if you want and push abacus beads around for the fucking oligarchs if you want. But I mean, I've never done that. I've taken a $9 an hour job all of my goddamn life, and proudly so. Not because I don't aspire to greater things, but because I know that they'll raise the inflation rate exactly to what the fucking interest rate is and ensure that I can't pay rent no matter how hard I work. So yeah, I just left the system. I just left that system 13 years ago. I was like, no, fuck the system, fuck the oligarchs, fuck the Diaper Dawn Dynasty generation, fuck the Republicrats, fuck all these losers who talk about money all the goddamn time like being bougie is cool. Fuck being bougie. That's like being Louis the 14th. What the fuck are you talking about? That's terrible.
American.
Like you know, I like Drake and YMCMB because they were like, we're making money after the oligarchs killed us all. You know, Young Money Democrats. You know, that's what YMCMB with Lil Wayne and Drake and Nicki Minaj was about, right? YMCMB, it's Young Money, Cash Money, Millionaires, right? That's a fucking thing that I can get along. That's a statement that I can get along with. Now, you might think that that's bougie shit, but no, it's making $1 million despite the oligarchs killing every reality and raising the prices so high that nobody can make any money. That's what Lil Wayne is bragging about. That's what most of those rappers, not all of them, some of them are actually talking about. I woke up in a Bugatti, which is disgusting. But other ones like Lil Wayne are talking about, I still made $1 billion despite the oligarchs, right? And no, he didn't ever obey any of their drug rules. No, he didn't ever obey any of their traffic laws. Yes, he did go to jail for possession of hard drugs for many years and all this stupid ass shit, just like me. You know what I'm saying? And there's a really big hero for me, Lil Wayne. You know what I'm saying? Oh, your biggest hero is Lil Wayne. No, he's not my biggest hero, but yeah, but he did it regardless, bitch. Like Young Money Millionaire, Coach Carter, despite all of the fucking shit that the oligarchs and the rich white people did to him, you know, and to me, and to you, and to everybody that we know.
Economist Irving Fisher.
That's what YMCMB actually is. It's like, started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team fucking here. Started from the bottom, now we're here, right? That whole thing is like, we started from the bottom. Do you think he's lying about that? He's not talking about being in an inner city and selling crack to get by while mom smokes Swishers and dad's in jail for beating his wife and stuff. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about the rich white people stole so much goddamn money for the last goddamn 75 years that all the gold in Fort Knox is gone. The inflation rate is exactly 27%, exactly what the fucking interest rate is, and nobody's made any money unless they work as an angel healer or a drug dealer or a streamer or a fucking booker or like a fucking, you know, like a fucking accountant or something, or they call it gig work, right? This was why PUA was so important, and it's why the Republicans sucked dick and shut it down after 2.5 years, you know? Because they can't foster the people. The Republicans can't foster the people. They can tease us with it before they try and kill us again and stab us in the back. But I mean, no, PUA wasn't going to last longer than 2.5 years because, you know, that would be fostering the people. These people wish to kill us.
The Fisher effect observes that nominal interest rates will rise with expected inflation.
Yeah, interest rate rises. Is the bigger that your community gets, the bigger the country gets. Interest does rise, but the inflation doesn't necessarily need to rise that high unless rich white people, oligarchs, are stealing from us. That's inflation. That's them doing nothing, doing no work. So then we've got to inflate the prices to pay the bosses. It's a terrible ass system. I know I sound like a goddamn communist, but I don't like communism. I don't like socialism. I like socialists and communists, but I don't like socialism or communism or whatever. But yeah, if you keep raising the inflation rate to pay for the fucking do nothing TPS report memo bosses that fucking took over the fucking corporate oligarch industry, like, I'm sorry, but we have to raise the inflation higher just to pay the gods and the managers their fucking salaries. And I mean, yeah, fuck these guys. I don't care if they lose their parties. I don't care if they lose their lives. I don't care if they lose their money. I don't care if they lose their bank accounts. They fucked us for so goddamn long. You know, I've been 27 years of fucking serf. I thought Solomon Northup was frankly kind of funny. You know, I don't mean to thumb my nose at slavery or anything like that, but I was like, boy, it must be nice for that fucking nightmare to end after 14 years. I mean, I've had the fucking whip for 27. I've had that whip on my back where every single person that I meet, every single woman that I meet, they consider me lesser because I don't have money. And that's lasted 27 years, and it's going to go for another 1,000, right? So like slavery, the cool, like I get jealous of slaves being whipped and with cotton thorns in their fucking palms, because at least it only lasted like 100 years or something. This is going to last 1,000 years. It's the economic dark ages. It's the Broligarch death of humanity. So, you know, that sucks, and I'm jealous of slaves. I feel that they had much simpler lives. You know, they didn't have funner lives or better lives, but they had much simpler lives than the problems that I have to deal with as a 20th century digital boy. You know.
We can see the Fisher effect in this data from the United States.
I'm like, oh man, that whip is starting to look real easy compared to fucking Elon Musk. You know. I'd rather capitulate to the whip and then get free after 100 years than capitulate to the Elon Musks of the world for 1,000 and suffer in ghettos as like as Soylent Green gets made or whatever. It's disgusting.
Notice, for example, how interest rates...
I think Kurt Cobain said it best. I'd rather burn out than fade away. I'd rather burn out than fade away. I don't care about your fucking drug laws. I don't care about your fucking bullshit. I don't care about your inflation, the same as the interest. I don't care about all your fucking, like, your stock portfolios or your fucking Broligarch bullshit or your suit dummy fucking cops or your fucking pigs or any of this stupid ass blue meanie bullshit. It's all blue meanies.
And inflation rates.
Remember blue meanies?
1960.
That's what John Lennon called the Broligarchs, blue meanies. Yeah, that's all blue meanies. They're just people that wish us to die and steal our money. You know, Satan.
But as inflation increased, so did interest rates. Interest rates reached a peak of almost 20% when
pigs and dogs. Pink Floyd wrote a song about it called Pigs and Dogs. Let's look at the lyrics of Pink Floyd about these pigs and dogs, right? Here's Pigs, right? Here's Pigs by Pink Floyd, right? Big man, pig man, haha, charade you are. Ha, you well-heeled big wheel, haha, charade you are. And when your hand is on your heart, you're nearly a good laugh, almost a joker, right? Trump's almost a good laugh, he's almost a joker, but you realize that he's never actually had laughter in his entire life, right? With your head down in the pig bin, saying keep on digging, pig stain on your fat chin after you Doge stole our government. What do you hope to find down in the pig mine? And I mean, we wrote songs about these shitheads way back in the 70s, you understand? You're nearly a laugh, but you're really a cry. Bus stop rat bag, haha, charade you are. You fucked up old hag, haha, charade you are. You radiate cold shafts of broken glass. You're nearly a good laugh, almost worth a quick grin. You like the feel of steel. You're hot stuff with a hat pin and good fun with a handgun. You're nearly a laugh, but you're really a cry. Hey, you White House. Hey, charade you are. Charade you are. You house proud town mouse, haha, charade you are. You're trying to keep our feelings off the street. You're nearly a real treat. All tight lips and cold feet. And do you feel abused? You gotta stem the evil tide and keep it all on the inside. Mary, you're nearly a treat. Mary, you're nearly a treat, but you're really a cry. And that was pigs, right? So now we're going to cover the dogs. And I've known this since I was I listened to the Animals album when I was 14 years old, and I have worshipped the Animals album all of my goddamn life because the themes were better than George Orwell because I was living them in my personal life. It was fucking disgusting. So now we go from pigs to dogs, right? And there's several songs about the dogs, right? And this is the big one for me. This is how my life has been since the goddamn dogs took over, right? There's pigs and there's dogs. There's the pigs in our fucking government. And then there's the fucking rat race dogs who raise the inflation. The corpo dogs that fucking raise the inflation to the exact same rate as the interest for the last 75 years and killed not only America, but all of the mankind, right? And so now I'm living in this world where the Pink Floyd dogs have taken over, right? And this is how I feel. This is how Roger Waters felt about this, about trying, is that he originally named the song "You've Gotta Be Crazy to Fucking Try" after these fucking Brawligarchs got done with us, right? I'm sorry, it was David Gilmour wrote this. I'm sorry, I thought this was, no, it is David Gilmour. David Gilmour wrote the, no, it is Roger Waters wrote this one, but David sang it, right? You got to be crazy. You got to have a real need, right? This is how my life was after these piece of shit rich people got done with us. You know what I'm saying? You got to be crazy. You got to have a real need, right? This is pigs and dogs. I've lived my entire life like this. You got to sleep on your toes, and when you're on the street, and I was on the street for a long time, you got to sleep on your toes, and when you're on the street, you got to be able to pick out the easy meat with your eyes closed, right? Then moving in silently downwind and out of sight, you've got to strike when the moment is right without thinking. And after a while, you can work on points for style like the club tie and the firm handshake, a certain look in the eye and an easy smile. See it? See the easy smile? I got it. I got it just like Donald Trump. I got this easy smile, but I don't feel it at all. I don't feel it at all. You got to strike when the moment is right without thinking. After a while, you can work on points for style like the club tie and the firm handshake, and you start making money and you start to dig yourself up off the streets like I did. A certain look in the eye and an easy smile. You have to be trusted by the people that you lie to, so that when they turn their backs on you, you'll get the chance to put the knife in. You got to keep one eye looking over your shoulder. You know it's going to get harder and harder as these Brawligarchs get worse and worse and worse. It's just going to get colder and harder on the fucking streets. Game, respect, game, right? As you get older, yeah. And in the end, you'll pack up and you'll fly down south like I did and hide your head in the sand. Just another sad old man all alone and dying of, what do I have? It's, when I was poor for 27 years, I ate ramen and sandwiches for 2 square meals a day for, 27 years. This gave me celiac disease. And this is because the dogs raised the prices of the groceries so fucking high that I want to kill them, and I would spill their blood in the fucking streets, and the streets will flow with the blood of the non-believer dogs, you know? I mean, this, you know, and yeah, and in the end, you'll pack up and fly down south and hide your head in the sand. Just another sad old man, all alone and dying of cancer. And that's where I'm at now. I'm a dog myself, you know. And when you lose control, you'll reap the harvest you have sown. And I ended up in the madhouse after becoming a drug dealer kingpin, rolling with prostitutes and drug dealers and trying to form a trans-Pacific drug smuggling hooker sex fucking scandal ring, you know, or not scandal, but like scandalous ring, you know, and like, yep. And as the fear grows, right, you'll reap the harvest and I lost control. And I reap the harvest that I sowed. And as the fear grows, the bad blood slows and turns to stone. And now the bad blood that I used to have with the government and stuff has turned to stone. And now I don't care if they die. I used to support them, but the bad blood has turned to stone, and they fucked me so bad all of my goddamn life that I wish them to die. And I think I would be okay with revolution. And I get very scared that I might be leading it to. And as the fear grows, the bad blood slows and turns to stone. And it's too late to lose the weight you used to need to throw around, right? I used to really need to throw my weight around on the fucking street. So I got really fucking bigger than anybody else in the city. And I'm too old to lose this weight now. You used to need to throw around, so have a good drown as you go down, all alone, dragged down by the stone. The stone being the rich people. Got to admit that I'm a little bit confused. Sometimes it seems to me just as if I'm being used. Gotta stay awake, gotta try and shake off this creeping malaise, right? So I stayed up on methamphetamine for 13 years straight because I was scared they were gonna come for me and try to kill me, right? If I don't stand on my own ground, how can I find my way out of this maze? Deaf, dumb, and blind. You just keep pretending that everyone's expendable and no one has a real friend, and it seems to you that the thing to do would be to isolate the winner, which is me. Everything's done under the sun, except for what I've done. But you believe it at heart that everyone's a killer. And I do. I believe at heart that everyone's a killer. From Donald Trump bragging about capping somebody on Fifth Avenue and still being president, on down to my mother, I believe that everybody can be a killer. Who was born in a house full of pain? Who was trained not to spit in the fan? Sorry, I get emotional when I think about this and it chokes me up. I'm sorry. Give me just a second. Who was born in a house full of pain. Sorry, I'm getting better at not crying, though. Look, I'm getting better at not crying the tears that I should cry to still be able to be a human being. The bad blood slowed and turned to stone, and now I would kill all these politicians right with myself, like Oren Ichi. I would walk through their fucking... Like, I like Oren Ichi. They need to recognize the name, bitch. Don't ever fucking forget it. My name is Skycatlive. If you fucking forget it, I'll chop off your goddamn corpo heads right there in the goddamn White House. Remember the fucking name, Oren Ichi, motherfucking Skycatlive, and if you forget it, I'll chop off your fucking heads, and I'm dead serious, right? Who was born in a house full of pain, who was trained not to spit in the fan. Like, I will not, I am that person, right? Like, I was trained by a lot of really, really talented people to be one of the most strongest people in the world. I was told what to do by the man who was broken by trained personnel, who was fitted with collar and chain, who was given a pat on the back, who was breaking away from the pack. Right, my stepfather broke away from the pack, and I really respect him for that. Who was only a stranger at home, who was ground down in the end, who was found dead on the phone, who was dragged down by the stone. And, like, that's how I feel about the current leadership. They're either pigs or dogs. The Republicans are pigs, and the fucking Democrats are dogs. And they represent the same fucking party trying to kill us.
Inflation hit 15% per year. Since that time, inflation has fallen, and so have interest rates.
And then they went back up.
Recap. The Fisher effect describes how interest rates and expected inflation rates move in tandem.
But they can't, because that is the death of the country. Inflation and interest can never move at the same rate, but that's what these piece of shit oligarchs did to steal all the money. And they also conjecture on stock portfolios with money that they don't even have. They borrow money to make theoretical money. And I'm sorry, but we have a terrible problem now with zombie companies. And if you guys don't know what zombie companies are, that's where the broligarch feet meet the soil, or the ground is zombie companies. They get like 5 people together. They get their banker friends together. They've already got money because they're Nepo babies, but they don't have money for this particular venture capital. So they go and they say, well, I'd like to borrow on the money that I'm going to make off of my NVIDIA stock next year so I can invest on NVIDIA stock today. And it's the same old thing that they've made fun of in Popeye. I will gladly pay you today I will gladly pay you Thursday for a cheeseburger today. Or a hamburger today. And this was an old joke about the fucking pigs and dogs who essentially ruined my parents' generations, right? Now my generation's being ruined, but I mean the pigs and dogs ruined my parents' generation, particularly because, with stuff like that, I lost my train of thought here. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna move forward. I didn't really want to talk about all of this. I wanted to just play video games. I'm sorry.
Is a huge blow to the Harvard community.
Harvard currently has around 27% international students, and as a
probably gay too.
result, he's saying that, we should send people back. They should not be studying here.
It's a big chunk of the school. I have friends who are from South Africa. I have friends from Peru. And I think it just kind of shows there is this wide breadth of students from many different regions. It's been trending that way, I think, in the past few decades.
The numbers were increasing dramatically. International students are very important to the finances of Harvard. But he's not just talking about new people coming in next year. He's talking about present students, that they have to leave, that they have to go to another college.
What's the climate among international students?
We mostly try not to talk about it, even amongst ourselves.
And we never ever talk about this stuff. We never ever talk about it. I feel I was put on this earth by my mother and my father to talk about this stuff. I was in a punk band for 13 years, or 8 years, and I was I was a junkie for 17 and shit. I was put here to talk about this stuff. I lived my life down here with the rest of us. There's an old song from a band that I really, really, really love called Social Distortion, called Down Here with the Rest of Us. but that's how it goes when you're down here with the rest of us, right? And so my mother, I know my mother all my life has thought that she thinks that I'm like some Jesus type that's going to save the world and make $1 billion. She's always thought this. I don't think she thinks it anymore, but I think she did when I was young, right? And I would always tell her that's not what's going to happen. You know, I would tell her that's not what's going to happen. I don't like money. You know, it's weird. I try and warn her all the time, and I talk all the time about being down here with the rest of us because I believe that a working class hero is something to be. And yes, I speak to you in lyrics all the time. It's how I landed Cloud Candy. I speak in lyrics all the time because I was raised by musicians and their lyrics. They wouldn't be singing those lyrics in those songs if they didn't feel this way, right? Another really good one is I couldn't stop listening to for the last 10 years is 10 Years Later, right? 10 years later, I'd love to save the world. I'd love to save the world, but I don't know what to do. Population keeps on breeding, nation bleeding, still more feeding, economy. Life is funny, skies are sunny, bees make honey, who needs money? No, not poor me, right? And this one really hit me. Bees make money, bees make honey, who needs money? Bees make money, like literally. When you think about it, people who chase money all of their goddamn lives, they kind of are like bees. They're like they're like that simple in their like execution, right? They're like bees. They just want to make honey. Can you blame them? No. No. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are no rich no more. Or you work hard now to put the food on the table. You're working for the men who don't even know your name. That's the way that it goes when you're down here with the rest of us. You might lose now your beautiful children, your happy home, and your beautiful wife. And that's the way that it goes when you're down here with the rest of us, right? It is weird because, it's weird because my mother, she loved that show Roseanne when I was a kid. And we watched Roseanne for like 13 years and stuff. And I know that most of my financial and political and sexual and class and religious views are hers. You know, I know that the apple does not fall that far from the tree and stuff. And I do respect her and you know, etc. And so, but she really liked that show, Roseanne. And to her, it was like a glimpse into what the other side was living because she was rich at the time that Roseanne was on the air. And she was like, oh, this is what it's like for people back in the middle class right now. And she identified with Roseanne more than she did with like Donald Trump on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous and all this. And I'm sure she probably watched some of that too or whatever. But I mean, I'm going back to a time when like it was cool to respect Roseanne. And my show was Married with Children. And I thought Married with Children was more acceptable because Roseanne was trying to sort of reality television paint what it was like to be in the middle class. But in my experience, Married with Children was actually how being in the lower class was. You know? It wasn't like Roseanne with pizza around the table and stuff. It's like, you get home, you turn on the television, you sit on the fucking couch, you've worked all goddamn day, you're fucking exhausted. You're gonna smoke something, probably cigarettes or marijuana or crack or something. You're gonna talk about fucking your wife, but you probably won't get around to it until probably 10:30 because you're bone dog ass, dead ass tired and all this stuff. And yeah, Married with Children, Al Bundy. I definitely related to Al Bundy a lot more than Roseanne for probably a bunch of reasons, but mainly gender, but also I think that Married with Children was a much more honest depiction of the middle class and what we were, lower and middle class and what we were going through. And so it is weird. And so I aspired to be what my mother was. And so I found more dry, interesting stuff like, I don't know. I don't know. I had a weird taste. I like comedy shows mostly. I was into slapstick and stuff, but I like comedy more than I did reality television show stuff like Roseanne and stuff like that because, I don't know, like everybody's got a dream of what they want to reach by the end of their lives. It is weird. My mother like had reached what she, at that time when she watched Roseanne, she had reached what she considered, I think, to be like her pinnacle. So she was looking at what the other side was. And for me, it was like I wanted to see what the other side was up there where she was, because I knew at a very young age, like I would say like probably 5 or something, you know the universe that you're in and what the deal is, and you're smart enough, hopefully at least, to know which way the wind is blowing. By the age of 5 or 6 or 7, I was an extremely stubborn, sort of negative person. Because I knew that the world that they were planning to sort of leave me wasn't one that I was very happy with, you know? And that's not their fault. I think it's greed. Greed kind of caused this. I think it's greed that causes Donald Trump to attack Harvard.
Because it's just too distressing.
And more generally is also pursuing research cuts and things of that nature.
I mean, I'm definitely like, yeah, they should all be having their money seized for a lot of the shit they've done. But also there's so much research and money
you cannot steal their money. They have to willingly give it. You can't make a horse drink. You can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. They've got to do that. What do I do, guys? I'm gonna do a life staff. Void Gauntlet. No, I want more damage than... I'm good enough with a Void Gauntlet to stay alive, so I'm going to go focus for Void Gauntlet, which is 90% int and 65% focus, which is a fucking terrible stat for great swords. So let's look for anything else that's acceptable. Like Hatchet hits like a goddamn truck because it's strength and dex. No, I'm looking for int and focus, which is Rapier. We'll go Void Gauntlet Rapier for this. Void Gauntlet Rapier. Void Gauntlet is int and focus. Rapier is dex and int. So so we go predominantly intellect, but I want the heals from focus to be good enough. So we drop down dex and we go inferior Void Gauntlet because damage doesn't matter. It's not like I'm raiding. And I go all... No, I need a ranged. I know I need a ranged. And strength and dex isn't going to fucking stack with on hatchets. So we do actually take life staff. And I don't change. And we're going to go focus all the way. And anything else goes into intellect. And I train myself to get used to doing no damage. Because it's hardcore. Survival is king. Did I die? No, I didn't die. He didn't aggro, huh?
goes into like medical research and those kinds of things that I feel like do need to have funding and do need to have a place.
It's really unnerving and
so much research and money that goes into like medical research and those kinds of things that I feel like.
Trump to cut another $1 billion from Harvard health research funding, Wall Street Journal reports. Seems wise. We don't need health research, do we? No. We don't need to think up new ways to think up to combat new viruses. That didn't come up at all. We don't need health research. We'll just conquer the virus with bleach.
Like, do need to have funding and do need to have a place.
It's really unnerving and created a lot of fear for students.
Anda from Japan had no criminal charges on his record, just 2 speeding tickets and a citation for catching 1 too many fish, his attorney says. The government gave Anda 15 days to leave the country.
What sparked Trump's fixation on Harvard as enemy number 1?
I would say like 2 things. First is the post-October 7th anti-Semitism claim that's been at the university.
I think they're using the campus protests, which happened in the last year, as sort of a scapegoat to allow them to...
Okay, I just had a thought that I would like to share with you guys, which is that I believe these MMO industry people have realized in the last 2 years, and New World is no different, that the industry is dying, that they can't give us the meta that we need, which is boats and base building and sandbox. and they didn't build their games around that. They built theme parks and stuff like that, unlike Mortal or Eve or whatever. And so they are going to suffer really badly, and they're not going to add any new content to any of these new games for a long time. And by new, I mean like Fallout 76 or New Worlds. I mean, Fallout had some content, but that's because it has like 6 million subscribers, and they do pay, you know. But New World does not, and a lot of these other ones don't. Bethesda has a really big audience, you know, and so. So I've come to realize that I don't play a lot of New World because I'm expecting new content. That's not going to happen. They're gonna keep these games running. These games aren't going to die, but they're just going to keep them in stasis. And I can tell you what their plan is. They're waiting for AI to make some kind of crazy jump in its logic and be able to just completely improve the game with a wave of a wand. That's what they're waiting for. They're going to get it. They're going to get that. It's unfortunate. I can't believe they're going to get their cake and eat it too. But they are going to get that. The AI will wave a magic wand and make the game good. It's fucking crazy, but I can't believe I'm fucking saying this, and I mean, you need to understand it too. This is one of the reasons why I invested in NVIDIA last year, and if I had any money, but no, the piece of shit Diaper Dawn Dynasty fucking generation made it so I can't get a bank loan or a credit card or more than $100 in one place at one time all of my goddamn life. And yeah, this is because I don't try, and I don't try because I know that I can't get more than $100 in one place at one time all throughout my goddamn life. Even if I sell drugs, it doesn't matter. They'll shut down Craigslist if they have to. But they'll prevent me from selling drugs if they have to. But they will definitely make sure that I cannot make money in any way or form. Yeah, I believe I could probably sell my body. And I believe I could do hard labor. That's it, though. Those are the two things I think I could do for money right now. I don't think... I think, you know, it's sort of weird, but I believe those are the two things that I could do.
To push that agenda.
Dozens of students.
For instance, when I was on the streets, I did do hard labor and construction and traffic flagging almost every day. If I didn't do that, I dealt drugs.
University to stand in solidarity with Palestinians.
I dealt methamphetamine.
New protests last night at Columbia University against the war.
I did this because the people at my flop house were like, "Will you sell me dope, please?" And I was like, "Yeah, all right. I have some dope, yeah." And then eventually it happened so much that I was like, what if I just put an ad on Craigslist rather than go to work dope sick today? What if I just put an ad on Craigslist saying, I've got some Tina, do you need it? And that's how I ended up making $3,500 a day.
Or in Gaza.
The anti-Israel protests are getting louder. You can see how big the encampment.
50,000 people sent me emails inside of a day. And I began to understand that yeah, the war on drugs is completely worthless, and they're all going to do drugs anyways, and there's thousands, tens of thousands of them, hundreds of millions. There's hundreds of millions of them. There's hundreds of millions of them. When I got 50,000 emails my first day on Craigslist saying, I got Tina, you want it? I got Tina, you want it? 50 a G, 70 a T, 90 a B. And I got 50,000 fucking emails. I had to delete I searched the first 50,000 for the word sex, because they go, all the bots go, hey sexy, I heard you're looking for hot singles near you. And so I filtered for the word sex and the word hot, and that boiled it down to about 4,000 real people who were desperate dope sick, who really needed their drug to be able to go and function at work and stuff like this. And then I just started making lots and lots of money every single day. It's not that fucking hard. When the government found out, they immediately stopped every prostitute and every drug dealer in the fucking country and sent us all to the fucking streets. And that's how I ended up in the madhouse. Lost my girlfriend, lost everything I built for fucking 5 years. I lost all my business partners and lost, I don't know, 4,000 clients or something like this. It was like 4,000. I couldn't even keep them all fucking straight. It was like, this one looks like this one. This one looks like that one. That one lives over there. I couldn't keep, I don't know. I couldn't keep them fucking straight. There was one client that I still remember the name of. That's it. Because he would invite me inside and he would be like, would you like to fuck my girlfriend? And I looked at his girlfriend, who was super fucking hot. She's like nodding at me. And I'm like, no. No. She was hot too. She was so hot. He was like, I'll share her with you. You share drugs with us. I'll share her with you. And I was like, no. No. And he was like, please. And I was like, no. He was like, I need an in with you, dude. I need these drugs to be cheaper. I need an in with you. You sleep with my girlfriend, please. And I was like, no. 50 a G, 70 a T, 90 a B. And he was like, fuck you, that's so much money. I get grams for 30. What the fuck? He was like, what the fuck? I love this guy, by the way. I love this kid. He was a good friend of mine. One time I slept at his house, which is the stupidest thing you should ever do as a drug dealer. Do not ever sleep in someone's house if you're a drug dealer. It's the stupidest thing you can do. They will rob you, and they did. Like, understand. So they're drug addicts. They have to have that drug or they can't function. So like, yes, if there is a situation where they can rob that dope from you, they will take that dope from you. If you can understand that, you can be a drug dealer. If you can't, then don't. If you can understand that, yes, they can and will steal from you every single time possibility that they possibly can, check that money. Like, for instance, do you know how many fake 20s I got before I learned? It was like 10 or something. I got like 10 fake 20s or something before I fucking learned to like spit on the fucking dollar bills while I'm standing there next to the fucking junkie. And they hand me the money and I'm like, meh. They're like, it's real, bro, it's real. And I'm like, nah. I'm right there in front of them. I'm like, nah. Right there in front of them. I show them too. I'm like, I'm looking, is this fake, motherfucker? Because if you fucking fuck me, I've got friends. You understand? Don't fucking fuck me. And, So anyways, I don't like talking about being a drug dealer. We're gonna get off this, right? But anyways, yeah. So I started making a lot of money a day when I realized that there's hundreds of thousands of people in just the city of Denver that are dope sick, that need to function, to do their everyday lives, who are very much good, hardworking people who don't violate the law, who are nerds and stuff on the internet and all this shit. They have dumb jobs like mechanic and stuff like this, but it doesn't matter. They're still good people. They don't do anything bad except drugs or whatever. And so he was like, I need an in with you. He was like, I can't pay 50 a G, 70 a T, 90 a B all the time. That's so fucking expensive. And I was like, I don't care. I don't care if you get $30 piece of shit like scrub fucking like grams down the way for $30. I don't care. My shit's always good because I always use the best dealer in the fucking city. And he's like, it's true. It is the best dope in the fucking city. He was like, you have the best dope in the city. And I was like, I do. I've got the best dope in the city because I met the greatest drug dealer in the city and I became their fucking right-hand man, even though it was a woman. None of the other men around her could stomach being her right-hand man, but I was just the taxi driver, so nobody knew we were doing business. Everybody thought I was just driving her home, but no, in the meantime, she was like slinging 2 ounces to me every single goddamn day. Every day for 4 years, she slung like 2 fucking ounces to me, and everybody thought I was just driving her home, but no, she was slinging 2 ounces to me. I was the taxi driver. That's all her friends knew me as either. Here's the taxi driver. Here's the taxi driver. And they're like, oh my God, can you give me a ride? Do you care if I'm holding? And I'm like, yes, I can. And no, I don't. The cops can't search me. They don't have probable cause. If I'm working and on the shift, the cops don't have probable cause to search me unless I'm driving erratically, which I don't do because I don't get high and drive, right? And they're like, oh my God, I love you. You'll drive me around while I'm holding? And I'm like, yeah, if you tip me well. And, like really tip me well. Yeah. They're like, what if I just give you $100 when I get in the car? And I made a lot of clientele like that. They're like, what if I just give you $100 when I get in the car? You think I'm making it up, but no, that's what they all say. They're like, what if I just give you $100 when I get in the car? And I'm like, that's enough. Yes, you can. And if we do any business, we'll do business. But I mean, yes, that's enough. I don't do rides for less than 100. That's what I used to say to him. I don't do rides for less than 100. And I do 2 or 3 of them an hour most days too. I don't do rides for less than 100. Another way you can make a lot of money is, yes, there's a lot of desperate people who need to get to work so that their fucking spouse and their fucking kids can eat, but they can't because the piece of shit oligarchs fucked up the fucking automotive industry, fucked up the fucking insurance industry, fucked up the fucking tire industry, fucked up every industry around cars, and stole all the money. And so now they can't get cars except for like $50,000-$60,000 or whatever, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 that they can't get. They can't get that money. Nobody's paying them that kind of money and shit. So they don't have cars. So what do? They call me and they slap like $13 down on the Uber ride, right? And I got used to saying I don't drive for less than 100, That's when you're an entrepreneur. I like being an entrepreneur, and I would do it, except the oligarchs steal all the goddamn money that you make. So I don't ever make any money. That's what you want to see. Like, I'm not a rebel without a cause. I can tell you exactly what the fuck it is. I don't make any goddamn money because the oligarchs steal it all. I haven't ever given a cent to them besides taxes. I don't play ball with these fucking idiots. I don't. I've lived punker and off the scene. Living in a house with 15 fucking people, like a flop house, for so fucking long. For like 13 years of my life, I lived like that. Longer than that, 17, something like that. 17 years of my life that I lived on a commune full of fucking druggies and fucking punkers. Or, like, I don't know, druggies, pretty much. Or drug dealers. And you know, and I just don't, I mean, I lived in the squat all of my, God, not all of my life, but like since I was like, yeah, I lived in a place called the Crack Shack for, I don't know, 11 years. And then I lived in a house full of junkies for another I don't know, it was a long time, 7? Yeah, so it was like 18 years or something like that. And no, the people that I see are not these these nice Rachel Maddow looking people from CNN. I don't relate to nice. I don't come from a nice place, really. I mean, I did when I was young, but not when I was not in my 20s or 30s or anything like that.
Lawn on campus.
I think the encampments were, in many ways, like, they felt historic in a way. People really placed the fact that
okay, growing up until I was 11 years old, I do injustice to my mother saying that I come from a low place. I don't. Growing up, I lived in a mansion, you know, and I had everything that I could imagine, pretty much. I was totally and educated in the best school in almost the world. You know, I went to almost the best elementary school on the planet. They charge, like, I don't know, it's like $300,000 a semester or something like that. I went to one of the best schools on the planet, or is it 30? I don't know what it is, but it's something insane. And you know, and I was given all the things that a person needs to succeed, or I wouldn't be who I am today. And so it doesn't justice to say to my mother to say that I come from a low place. I don't. I was given all the opportunities I ever needed. I fucking turned my back on them because I think it's like accepting that is sort of like accepting the food, like the pomegranate seeds. It's like eating the pomegranate seeds. My favorite story of all time is Persephone, and it's a Greek myth, and I'm big on Greek myths, right? And I'll recall to you the story of Persephone. It's like the goddess of Earth, Diameter, which is where we get that word diameter from, which is how round something is. Or rather, that's radius. I don't know. That's all. Diameter is how far it is from the right to the left or whatever. I forget what all the things, but yeah. So the goddess of Earth, Diameter, has a daughter, Persephone, with Zeus. And Persephone is Diameter's greatest joy. She's the goddess of summer and the goddess of harvest, and Diameter is the goddess of earth. And you can tell that earth, and this is how Greeks do their myths, it's like math or something like that. You can tell that the goddess of earth, Diameter, he really loves her daughter, the summer, which is Persephone. And Persephone was there in Diameter's life until she was like a young woman, all day, every day in her life, growing up. She was there in Diameter's life, at her side until she was a young adult, until she was about 20s, the same way I was around my mother until I was like 22 or something like that. Then the real world hit. And now between the age of 18 and 22, I did pay for an apartment, and I learned how much money I was expected to pay to live even, which was insane, and how much time I had to spend to do it, which is just fucking crazy. That's just not really right. With how much money we have, that's insane how much they expect you to work for how little they want to pay you. It's insane. With how much money we actually have in this country, how little they pay is like almost like a war crime. It's like a war crime level of fucking aggression. It's really pretty bad how little we pay in this country. It's pretty fucked up. So the Persephone story, right? So all of Hades and all of Earth and all of heaven and all of Zeus's friends and fellow gods and deities and stuff, admit that Persephone is maybe the fairest girl that's ever lived or close to it. There's other ones that are hotter, like Artemis and stuff like this, but or Athena. But Athena was always supposed to be the most beautiful goddess, I believe. But there's arguments about who the most beautiful woman is since the dawn of man. Who the most beautiful goddess is has been an argument since the dawn of man. And so, but Diameter is in the top 5 or something like that. Or sorry, yeah, Diameter. Not Diameter, but Persephone is in the top 5 because she's the summer girl. She's like the woman that represents summer. And she is the most lush, buxom, beautiful summer, the girls of summer that you meet at summer camp, fucking hot. And she's the most lush and beautiful that the year gets and all this. And everyone's jealous of the summer, and she is the most beautiful. The summer is the most beautiful month of the year. So Persephone wins the beauty award. But in doing so, she attracts the attention of Hades. And there's all these lessons about vanity and stuff in this too. She attracts the attention of Hades. Hades comes to Earth one day at the end of the summer, and he kidnaps Persephone, and he drags her down to hell, and he keeps her there for the rest of eternity. And he tells her this. He's like, I have taken you as a wife. You will be my wife. You will never go anywhere. It's that old abduction scenario like we heard out of that sicko Elizabeth Smart, right, recently. That guy that abducted Elizabeth Smart, you might think that his thing was crazy and out of the norm. But no, men have been doing that for a long time. They abduct some woman for their wife. Men do that. It's fucking fucked up. They do that. And so even in the Greek myth, Hades abducts Persephone and takes her as a wife. And so Diameter, and I can relate the story off the wiki, but I know this story well enough to relate it. I'll be a storyteller. That's what I'm shoddy cast the storyteller today, apparently, I guess. So I'll tell the story because it does matter. So Diameter puts her foot down, and we get our first die on a hill in history. The first die on a hill in history was Diameter in the Greek myth. She says, I am dying on this hill. You, the Lord of death and murder and money and greed and sloth and rape, you will not have my daughter. You will not have my daughter. And I feel this way about the oligarchs too. You will not have my fucking country, Elon Musk and Donald Trump. You will not have all the lushes of Americana. You will not have it. You will not have it. So Diameter puts her foot down. And she goes storming up to heaven to Zeus and in the clouds in Olympus. And she says, you will not have you shall not let him take my daughter, or I will turn the world into a ball of ice. And that's how they explained the Ice Age. Zeus says, well, you know that I'm interminably opposed to Hades, and we have this 50-50 thing, and I can't tell him what to do any more than he can tell me what to do, and I can influence him, and I can try and trick and cajole him, but it sounds like he's in love with your daughter, and he's not going to let her go. And you know how that goes. And this is what Zeus says to Diameter, pretty much verbatim, even in the fucking Greek myths, I think. He's like, you know how that goes. If he's in love with your fucking daughter, what can I do to stop that? He's in love with your fucking daughter. He believes her to be the most beautiful goddess who's ever existed, even more so than Athena or Artemis or any of the all the romance ones. Like Aphrodite was supposed to be the most beautiful one of all time, but I think like Persephone in the summer is more beautiful than Aphrodite, right? Like Aphrodite is cast in a human image. Persephone is the goddess of summer, so she's like a lush summer thing. She's almost like what they depicted in Princess Mononoke. So like that walking elk god. She's like the goddess of summer, so she's more beautiful than anybody who's cast in a human form when it's summer. But when it's not summer, it's I believe it's supposed to be Aphrodite is the goddess of love, so she's the most beautiful goddess because she needs to attract a mate. She's the goddess of attracting a mate. So there's all these reasons in Greek myth that for why their religion is the way there is, and it's why it's my favorite religion kind of, because it's or not, I don't know if you could call it religion really, but the Greek myths are the closest thing that I have to a religion because they all have logic behind them. No other religion does. No other religion has logic behind it except for Zen Buddhism. So. But anyways, so Hades kidnaps Persephone, takes her down to hell. I'm sorry for the R-word stuff, but he supposedly R-words her, takes her as a wife, and I believe they have kids even. and he abducts her there, and she begins to have that Stockholm syndrome that we talked about recently as well with the Elizabeth Smart story, where she's like, well, Hades is misunderstood. He's also, you know, he represents death, but death is something that is needed for the earth, or we could not have life. And she starts making arguments to people like Zeus who hate Hades, that Hades might not be that bad, but she's also like, this is the most horrible man who's ever, horrible god that's ever existed. He's kidnapped me, he's raping me, he's keeping me down in Hades. I can't escape. I didn't deserve this. I'm only the goddess of summer. Why don't you save me? You're Zeus. You and who's the progenitor one? Like a Gaia, whatever. Zeus and Gaia made this stuff. You even made Hades. Why do you permit Hades to do this to me? And Zeus goes, you know how this is. I can't wipe Hades out of existence. You know how this is. He's fallen in love with you. He says this to Diameter, and he says it to Persephone too. He's like, you know how this is. He's fallen in love with you. He's not going to let you go. He's obsessed. He's not going to let you go for the rest of time. I can't do anything about this. It's evil winning. It happens all the fucking time. We don't know what to do about this. So Hades, or as I recall, Zeus goes down to Hades, and he's like, well, the argument over, Diameter and Persephone is tearing apart all of heaven and all of hell, and Diameter will not deal with me anymore. So now the earth has become a frozen ball of ice, and this is how the Greeks explained the Ice Age, right? And he's like, Diameter has left the earth, and she's hanging out up in Olympus, and she won't do her job and take care of the earth and cycle the earth in the 4 seasons. And now we have just a ball of ice, and all the humans died. They're now serving Hades down in hell now, and there's only a few humans left and all this stuff, and it's a really bad situation, and I don't know why I made all this if it's all just gonna die. So you've got to work with me here, Hades. You've got to work with me here. Mankind is gonna suffer, and if there's nobody here to believe in us, we won't exist anymore. And so Hades goes, true. True, like Asmongold. He goes, true. Can't argue with that. True. That is the logic, yeah. And this is the logic if the humans don't believe in the gods anymore, because it's nothing but Ice Age anymore, then the god doesn't exist anymore, and Hades disappears. You want to kill Satan? Stop believing in him, right? And that's what I do. So they strike a deal. Hades is like, well, I love this woman, and yes, I did abduct her, but I'm god of death. I can do stuff like that. I can abduct her. Fuck it, I'm the god of evil. I can abduct her. Try and stop me. You didn't stop me when I did it, and you can't stop me now, and you can't storm through Hades and take her back, or I'll wreck all of Olympus, and I'll bring all of the skeletons of the humans who died in the Ice Age to come against you. And this is like heaven and hell too. He's like, this is Lucifer too. Like, I'll go against you, and I'll bring down heaven if you fuck with me, if you take my wife away. He's like, I have no joy in what I do. I kill everybody. I cause the changes of the season. I kill all the plants on the earth and all this stuff, and I bring all the souls to hell, and I have to deal with Charon and Styx and Hermes all the time, and Hermes constantly fucks with me because he doesn't really like me, and, and all this stuff, and he's like, my life sucks, and he's like, Zeus, you put me here, you made this, you started this, and my life sucks, right? And he's like, so I want something for doing the job of being the god of death. And this is the sort of thing that I can understand as a human being. I've often made agreements with human beings over this stuff too. Like, kind of like, this is what I want, so we're going to make it this way. Like, that's how I feel about drugs too. It's like, you guys made life so shitty that I need to be high all the time to fucking deal with this. So now I need you to end the drug war, because that's what I do to get by past all the depression that you cause. So I need you to end the drug war now, right? And so it is funny what Hades says. He's like, well, I do this job that you don't pay me for, that you honestly fuck with me for doing, that's thankless, that everybody hates and curses me for, and all this shit. And I say that I want my 6 none the richer fucking payment or whatever for doing my job, which is I want a girlfriend, I want a wife or whatever. He was the original incel Hades. And he was like, well, I'm down here in hell like Donald Trump, and I haven't had sex in 50 years unless it's a child, and it's like all this other shit. And he's like, I'm the original incel stuff. I want a wife. And so he's like, I want my Melania or whatever. So he wheels and deals with the devil, and he gets a hot blonde Swedish wife somehow, even though he's fucking fugly and weird and shitty and he likes children. And so they make their little deal, and this is something about God that I need you to understand if you're a fucking Christian. God does deals with the devil all the time. And it is in scripture. And this is true of Greek myth and all these other fucking religions too. This happens. So you might think that God's perfect. No, even God is not perfect. They do deals that they can't, like God, even God has problems that God can't solve. Even Zeus has problems that they can't solve. It's a lesson to you too. Everybody has problems that they can't solve. It's one of the reasons why I never feel guilt about almost anything, even though I don't do anything really truly that bad. I never feel guilt about almost anything, because nothing is really ever that bad. It's just like rape and murder is bad, and stealing and scamming is bad, so I don't do those things. But beyond that, I don't care if it's drugs or fucking people over or fucking over Amazon or anything like this, particularly because God and Satan do deals with themselves, with each other all the fucking time, and we're the ones who suffer. And I think it's kind of funny. And I can talk like a theosophist just as well as anybody else too. And I'll talk about Dante's Inferno and all the stuff with Hades as well, and all this. And I'll put on the videos to prove I know what I'm fucking talking about. But anyways, and I don't like religion, fuck God, and fuck Christianity. So understand. So anyways, so where we're going with the Persephone story, right? So he's raping Persephone all year long, every day, for years. And Diameter has become a ball of ice, and she's died inside, and her heart is dead, like Elizabeth Smart, and her heart is dead. And like, you know, all these stories, they start to meld together, because I'm a crazy person. I'm terribly sorry. All these stories start to meld together, like Elizabeth Smart or whatever, right? And her mother's heart starts to die, get cold, like my mother's heart has started to die and get cold, because she knows that I've given up on humanity. She knows. She's not dumb. My mother is starting to die because she knows that I've given up on humanity, and it's fucked up, but humanity gave up on me. It's only right. So I like, you know, so Persephone's being raped every day for years, and she's been taken as a wife, and she has to sit there on a throne for like 15 hours a day while he conducts the business of doing court like Donald Trump or whatever. And he just rapes all these women and kills all these people and causes all these genocides, and he works against everybody, and he sells people out, and he does deals with them that they can't possibly keep up or whatever, and all this other shit, like the Republicans, like the bankers, like the Democrats, like the shitheads of the fucking world. And so everybody throws up their hands, even Zeus. Everybody despairs. They're like, we can't see a solution to this. So finally, even Hades is like, well, I can see that my wife is unhappy. She's now fallen in love with me because of Stockholm Syndrome, and she can see how much I love her, and that she can see that I fell in love with her at the first day that I ever met her or whatever, right? And all this. And so she's now in love with me, and we can have a relationship for the rest of eternity. But she really misses the earth, and she really misses her mother, and this is a Greek myth allegation about marriage too. And she like really misses her mother, and she really misses Zeus, and she really misses all the gods in Olympus and all this stuff. And she's a goddess of light. She really shouldn't always be in hell. And so she's like, okay, you guys, you do good stuff you do good stuff for me. Like if you let me keep her, right? The original incel is Hades. I could do a video about this. The original incel was Hades, right? He's like, you let me keep her, then I'll do a deal with you. How about I get to keep her half the time, and half the year I'll just get busy doing my job, killing the world with winter and fall. When she leaves at the end of the summer, I get sad, and I cause the fall. And then when 3 months have passed, I realize how long it's been since she's gone. And then you have the winter, and 3 months of terrible winter, and then finally she comes back on January 1st, and you get the spring, or whatever, right? Or whatever it is. And so, and she comes back, like she goes up to, and she becomes the spring and the summer for half the year, and she goes and she dances with the other gods and all the aliens and the sprites and the fucking, the censure of Greek fame and all this stuff. And she lives this beautiful, exactly to the day, 6-month life of dancing in the meadows and causing the summer to be lush and green and red and everything, and the sun to shine bright, and for the land to be lush and plants to grow again, and all the gardening stuff of that mankind has followed since bioscience has come around. Excuse me, sorry for crying, but like I believe this far more than I do God, kind of. It makes a lot more sense than God does. Because the seasons exist, God doesn't, you know? So God doesn't exist because Hades rapes his wife for 6 months of the year. This is why God doesn't exist. If you want a fucking reason, this is why. So it's because there's winter, right? So he strikes a deal with Zeus. He's like, all right, she can leave this place for 6 months, but because she loves me, she has to admit it. And she's got to come back down here for 6 months, and she's got to tidy up hell and make it a better place. And she's got to like show her love down here and show that even sinners can be repentant and all this other stuff. And she brings something to hell. She brings life to hell. It's not like plants grow, but the souls that have been condemned there, who maybe it might not have been so much their faults, they begin to see that if they continue on their journey and stuff, they might be able to redo the whole cycle again, because 6 months of the year there is forgiveness, because somebody with a forgiving heart like Persephone comes back down to hell and forgives all the goddamn sinners. And this is how you get goddamn priests doing confessions and stuff like this. I hate religion. I hate religion so much I can't even tell you. I hate it more than rape. You understand? I believe it to be worse than rape. But anyways, I believe it kills and hurts more people than rape does. It's fucked up, but I do believe this. So we're just gonna get off it, you know. So I believe, like, I've always believed this thing, kind of, sort of, that the season changes have to do with how much love we give each other. It's sort of weird. It's sort of dumb. In the cold times, you must give more love and support your people more. But these brawligarchs, they turned their back on us for 30 fucking years. And so now I'm married to hell, which is liking heroin and methamphetamine and alcohol and rolling with fucking gangster dudes and drug dealers and hookers and prostitutes and strippers and stuff like this. And for like half my life, I ran with bad people. Half my life, I ran with good people. I think it's a better balance.
We're in a long line of movements, anti-war movements and civil rights movements in the 60s, anti-apartheid movements in the 90s. It felt very much like students were claiming ownership of what it means to be a university, but Harvard chose to restrict the rules of protest in order to prevent something from happening again.
The Persephone story broke my heart when I was like 6 years old. I was like, oh, gods rape their wives? Yeah. Gods rape their own wives. Even God rapes their own wives. It's fucking fucked up. Another reason I hate religion.
On top of that, they also punished students who were in the encampment as well. They took names of students every single day.
I know that Christians won't like what I just said, but I mean, yeah, God never raped his wife, her wife. I don't know. Not in Christian scripture did God ever rape anybody, I don't think. God definitely killed people, but I don't think God raped anybody, no. So, but definitely in Greek scripture, Hades rapes his wife, which is fucked up. I learned this when I was like 5 years old, and then I learned what rape was, and it's fucked up. It's fucked up, and for some reason, every girl I've ever been with has been raped, and not by me, you know. I don't know why. And so I played, well, I won't say the terrible shit that we usually say in this situation. I'm just gonna let it go.
And like punish them, and they did so. Luckily, they got
I didn't play a role.
Summer, but it was still
let's put it that way. I didn't play a role there. I didn't cause it. I just tried to heal the damage afterwards. But after a while, you kind of just resent man. You just sort of, you do. You resent after you heal like 13 women who have been raped. You begin to understand that this was caused by men, and most men are like this, and you just don't like them. It's fucking fucked up. I think I might like them less than the women do. You know, the women are far more forgiving than me. I'm not Jesus. Jesus wasn't there. I will not forgive.
What was a trigger point for Trump to feel like Harvard is harboring terrorism or whatever? Like, they're not following through with their punishment of the pro-Hamas sympathizers.
Basically, yeah, he's calling us pro-Hamas. We've been called terrorists.
Bullshit! You can be pro-Hamas in that you are a humanist and a populist and you believe in their society, like being alive and thriving and stuff, but you don't believe in Hamas terrorism. Who believes in Hamas terrorism besides Hamas terrorism? Why do you guys keep acting like all these Americans are commies trying to hide it or something like that, and they're trying to hide their sympathy to Hamas or something? These people are not sympathetic to fucking Hamas, you brain-dead piece of shit rich white people who have fucking poisoned our fucking media with your retardation, your low IQ, and your fucking racism. These people don't give a shit about that. You're fucking stupid.
And all that stuff.
unless they live in Gaza, they don't give a shit about Hamas. I'm sorry, it's a really cold lesson for you need to learn. But unless they live there, nobody fucking cares about Hamas. Nobody's supporting Hamas. Trust me, nobody is supporting fucking Hamas. Nobody except Hamas is supporting Hamas. Nobody except Israel is supporting Israel because they're in this death war with each other. It's fucking stupid. So you're out there trying to be like a right-wing cocksucking shithead like fucking, what's his name? Stupid ass Joseph McCarthy, trying to chase Americans because you believe them to be sympathetic to Hamas or something like that. I wonder where you got that played out piece of shit CIA handbook from. I wonder where you got that from, huh? No, I'm here to tell you that nobody who doesn't live in the goddamn Gaza Strip actually cares about Hamas. It's fucking really shitty about mankind. It's probably a really strong law of nature or something, but unless you live there, you don't truly give a shit about it. You might donate money and act like you care about some terrible thing like the Holocaust like we did in World War II and stuff. But once you're not in Germany anymore, you don't give a shit about Germany anymore. And yeah, I'm going to accuse all of mankind of this. It is the case. If you don't live in the goddamn Gaza Strip, you don't care about the Gaza Strip. It's fucking shitty. If you're a politician, you tell people that you care about it. But I don't even think Trump cares. It's fucking shitty. Or he wouldn't have acted the way that he did. This is a sad fact about mankind that we must acknowledge. Mankind worries about number one. Like, they look out for number one, and that's whoever they are. If they aren't in Gaza Strip, they don't care about Gaza Strip, which is why we should have stayed the fuck out of it in the first fucking place.
Really isn't borne out by any data at all. Not only
Stay the fuck out of it. That's what they really want. They won't tell us this because they're desperate for our fucking aid. But what they really, really want is for us to stay the fuck out of it. I guarantee it. But they can't say that, or we'll cut off aid.
Harvard, but even generally, like the vast majority of pro-Palestinian protests have been peaceful. Many student groups have like organized and said like very clearly they're pursuing nonviolent action.
They want their genocide. They're Jews. They want genocide. They're Hamas. They want genocide. They want their genocide. They've had a unforgivable fatwa or whatever the fuck it's called or whatever, you know. So they've had an unforgivable like thing has occurred on both sides, and they're going to live it out. And my suggestion to you, maybe you've never fucking heard of this before, but occasionally throughout mankind's history, we've had entities who are hell-bent on fucking killing each other. It's happened before, like the Jews in the Nazis, for instance. They're like, well, Jews weren't hell-bent on killing Nazis, but Nazis were hell-bent on killing the Jews. So like, you know, so like this has happened before, but you guys act all the time like this has never happened. You don't know how to fucking deal with it. When you see two pieces of shit with handguns, like having a moment out there on the fucking sidewalk in each other's face with the guns leveled at each other's heads and shit, screaming at the top of their fucking lungs, do you run out there and you say, "Here's more guns. Here's more money for guns. You know, here, you should shoot each other more. Here," is that what you do? No, you run like everybody does in the projects. You run in the other direction and you wait for them to fucking finish killing each other. You don't fucking get involved. It's a holy war. Piece of shit American brain dead right-wing, left-wing leadership. Fucking brain dead pieces of shit. You cannot stop these fucking killers from killing each other. Sure, they're our friends. Can't stop them. Stop trying.
And just
stop giving them the tools to do it. That like you've been a bad father. You've been a bad father. You gave them the tools to shoot each other out in the fucking streets like a bad father. And now your wife wants to leave you. You piece of shit, brain dead fucking boomer piece of shit. Now your wife wants to leave you.
The genocide in Gaza. It's not.
You gave these kids the guns they're using to kill each other out in the fucking street. It's fucking stupid. They're kids. They're hell-bent on killing each other. They're acting like kids. And you gave them the guns to do it, you fucking piece of shit, backstabbing pig fucking traitors.
So, and many Jewish students on the
while we suffer from trank in the fucking streets and stuff like this in our own fucking country. You're all paying these people to kill each other, you fucking piece of shit. You're paying hoes overseas. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. Same thing, you're fucking backstabbing pig fucking traitors.
Like that protest movement, it's very clear that this is a multi-faith sort of coalition.
Also, as a Jewish person, this issue is particularly important to me, as I've seen the ways in which Jewish grief has been weaponized and Jewish safety has been co-opted to excuse this murder.
I think that people have really seen and latched on to Harvard as a place for radical extremist views, and I think Trump is embodying that sentiment in many ways and really pushing the university to like restrict student speech, to punish students for political views, things like that. It's really not great at all.
They've fired faculty that have been teaching courses related to Palestine, when their students are doxxed by some of the people that come around today, you know, they take pictures, they put them up on these big trucks, they drive them around to their neighborhood. Does Harvard do anything to protect those students?
No. I was one of the students who was doxxed after October 7th. There was like a student letter that 34 student organizations signed, and that ended up causing a huge like global kind of uproar, and there were trucks and names and stuff leaked to the public in terms of who signed.
Yeah, so was your face on the truck?
My face was not on the truck, my name was.
Did that lead to any kind of harassment?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of like emails, messages, people kind of like looking at me weirdly on the street. Whenever I wore a keffiyeh, like people have sort of like tried to talk to me and stuff. Oh, my name's right there.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're one of Harvard's leading anti-Semites?
I wouldn't say that at all.
Other universities
I would.
have taken minor steps to hold anti-Semites accountable. Here at Harvard, two of the most violent kids who got 80 hours of community service for their actions were rewarded by the university. There's no reason to give prestigious fellowships to a student who allegedly assaulted his fellow student and got community service. You shouldn't be rewarding anti-Semites. It's easily one of America's most anti-Semitic, hateful universities, and whereas many of the students here have apologized for their actions, 5 of the students graduating today have never apologized for what they've done.
What's up, people? Let's take a quick break from the protests to see how the media has been covering Trump's war against Harvard University. As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narrative, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we hit the streets, we get informed using what, you might ask? Ground News. Ground News is a dope-ass news aggregate that lets you see exactly how different media outlets, left, right, and center, are covering the same story. Here, as you can see, using the Ground News bias distribution tool, the left and right are covering this issue quite differently. On the left, MSNBC says Trump's attacks on Harvard are part of the administration's wider war on knowledge. And on the very right side of the spectrum, right reports Harvard's getting their ass kicked. One more thing I love about Ground News is how it helps you figure out what's genuinely newsworthy by showing you how many sources, numerically, are covering each story. For example, this story about the Trump administration blocking Harvard from enrolling international students has over 650 news sources, so you know it's legit. That kind of transparency lets you judge an article's credibility before repeating it in a conversation and realizing you've been fed a one-sided narrative. Another feature we love to use here at Channel 5 is called the blind spot tool, which shows you the stories that might not be appearing in your typical media bubble. It's easy to get trapped in an algorithmic echo chamber nowadays, and Ground News helps you break out of that cycle by surfacing stories that you might otherwise miss. And we here at Channel 5 can't miss a thing, which is why we trust Ground News to help us cut straight through the noise. And right now, you can subscribe for 40% off the unlimited access Vantage plan, bringing the cost down to less than $5 a month. Scan the QR code right here, or click the link below in the description and pinned comment.
I'm gonna be a hardcore healer.
Supporting Ground News
in
means
ECRs.
supporting us, which means that we can keep making videos like this and giving y'all coverage that isn't watered down or dictated by corporate interests. So check it out, stay informed, and don't let the media tell you what to think. All right, back to the streets of Harvard.
So you don't think that opposing Israel is anti-Semitic?
No, I don't think it is.
Trying to stop genocide is not anti-Semitism. Harvard uses anti-Semitism to keep its students in line and to make sure that the uprising of students, which was so important last year, didn't happen again.
Palestine is very inconvenient for Harvard in many ways to talk about because it exposes some of the contradictions in the university, I would say.
Once you get in trouble here for opposing genocide, future job opportunities are going to be limited because the people on the board of Harvard are connected to every other major employer and institution in the state.
So it's creating a footprint for you that's going to have you run into roadblocks later in your career path.
It does, and people think of that, you know, because they're paying off these student loans, and they want to make sure that they have a secure future. Now, some people say genocide is more important than that. To them, we really appreciate it.
So I do think there is this air of like what's called a Palestinian exception to free speech, where people don't feel like they're able to speak out in support of Palestine.
And why do you think that is?
I think it's part of a legacy at Harvard that prioritizes performative values, things like diversity and inclusion that are important, but like it's more performative than like the actual action.
And I think that anti-Semitism stuff on campus, Harvard has done a whole investigation and they've made changes. I think Trump is using that. I don't think Trump really cares.
Oh, God. Another factor is probably just
I forgot that it drains you.
Point in general that people have seen Harvard as this elite institution, and that's part of his goal.
It's a shameful institution. Taxpayers shouldn't have to subsidize it.
So how exactly does it work in terms of taxpayers subsidizing universities?
With grants being given for research, as well as Pell Grants that go to cover tuition. But at the end of the day, there's no taxpayer in America who should be forced to subsidize anti-Semitism.
They hoard wealth in so many ways. I don't think administrators should be making as much money as they make. I mean, in general, I don't think it should be as expensive as it is. It's so inaccessible.
The DEI thing, that's what it was. We want to make sure that you're not oppressing white people.
Guys, are you seeing this? You guys seeing what I'm seeing? New England Hong Kong Festival? Holy shit. I could be wrong, but I think Hong Kong's in a different fucking country. I don't know if we can trust those people. Which presents a serious threat to both myself as a Caucasian genius trying to get into Harvard. Congratulations. And to the greater American diaspora across the world. Why isn't there a fucking Boston Festival in Hong Kong? I'm just asking questions. Is that illegal? Feels illegal sometimes, especially here. I see you have a sign. Can you tell us about it?
Well, I am a retired immigration judge. I couldn't do this if I were still sitting on the bench. And I believe in the rule of law, and I believe it is not being respected by the current administration. So I'm here in solidarity with their resistance to what I consider overreach, and I believe illegal overreach of the Trump administration.
It's a thinking American, thank God.
Certainly the challenge to First Amendment rights of academic freedom, what they can teach, how they can teach it, the cutting off of grants. That is the power of the purse. It is not an executive branch power. Trump is acting as though it's his personal bank account. It's not.
We give them billions of dollars, which is ridiculous. We do grants, which we're probably not going to be doing much grants anymore to Harvard.
That money has been appropriated and assigned for specific causes, and that needs to be honored, and it's not being honored. So they're litigating that. Another is in the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case.
Well, the Supreme Court says the Trump administration must facilitate the return of a Maryland man deported to a Salvadorian prison. This follows the Trump administration admitting Kilmar Abrego Garcia was mistakenly sent to that prison due to what they call an administrative error.
An allegation does not a felon make.
And for an uninformed viewer, what's happening right now in terms of Harvard pushing back against Trump?
Well, they're saying, no, you can't take the funding. No, you can't prohibit our First Amendment rights.
Is it illegal to deport a student based upon their political beliefs?
I assume you're talking about Rumessa.
Story we're following this morning, a federal judge in Massachusetts on Friday blocked the government from deporting a Tufts University graduate student who was arrested last week by immigration officers and had her visa revoked.
I believe not. I believe that they have First Amendment rights to state their opinions. That is granted even if you are not a citizen of the United States. If you are here, you can do that.
I would say in the first half of the semester this spring, they were kind of following the Columbia playbook. In Columbia, they basically acquiesced to Trump in many ways, giving over student info, things like that. Harvard seemed poised to do the same, and actually led a rally in early April calling on Harvard to do more. They did end up doing more through lawsuits and things like that. So it is a step forward, but it's still not as much as I think the university could. I think there's always more they can do to support students, and we haven't seen that as much on our campus.
We very much appreciate, obviously, Harvard being willing to stand up to Trump. But that is not the main issue going on. The main issue, as far as we're concerned, is that while Harvard is doing a good job fighting Trump, they are complicit with the war in Gaza, with the war and genocide.
When people are protesting and people are angry at each other, that is a low consciousness. But a higher consciousness is one of happiness, peace, bliss, and serenity. It's a practical solution to raise one's consciousness to realize why we fight with each other and how to actually overcome problems with a spiritual solution.
Why do you think people fight with each other?
So basically we fight with each other because we think that we're the bodies. Someone thinks I'm Palestinian, someone thinks I'm Jewish. Someone thinks I'm black, you're white. Someone thinks I'm African, you're Japanese. But actually, the body is kind of like this nice blue shirt that Andrew's wearing. Just today he's wearing a blue shirt. Tomorrow he might wear a red shirt. He doesn't identify with it.
Hells
but if
yeah!
he identify with it, I'm Jewish,
He's
you're
right.
Palestinian, I'm African, you're this, I'm that. Then naturally the concept of mine and yours comes, and then fighting happens. But if we realize we're the soul inside of the body, and actually we're all servants, then actually there'll be less fighting. So we try to raise to this consciousness by chanting, by sound vibration, by
Fuck
music,
yeah!
and by blessed food also.
Blessed food!
Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
fuck the authority.
Fuck the authority!
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Fuck the authority.
You. That's right, you. Are you a documentary filmmaker or a journalist whose work is being held captive by the fat cats at the Hollywood studios? Or even worse, being held back by a tyrannical parent organization like Vice, Vox, and Mother Jones? Well, I have great news for you. Those days are over, because we are launching our own independent documentary platform called C5.now.
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 C5.now. It's going to be available on smart TV, iOS, and just a regular old computer. A lot of you guys might wonder, what makes C5.now different than Peacock or HBO Max or Tubi? And the answer is residuals. I know some of you guys may think that residuals is an HPPD symptom, but that's not the case. It means the proportion of streaming revenue that you get paid after your movie is on a platform. Most people get 10% or 20% of residuals, but if you got a film on C5.now, you're gonna get 55% or more of residuals. Yeah, it's gonna cost money. It's gonna cost $5.55 a month, much like the Dear Kelly film. But the thing is, that money's gonna go straight to the director, straight to the executive producer, straight to the people who actually put money into the project itself. So we don't gotta fucking break off fat chunks of change for all these fat cats telling us how to think. So if you have something you want to submit, just do me a favor, email me that to submissions@channel5.news, and you too can be a part of C5.now. We're not going to change your edit, but we will give some feedback if it's not that good, but it's almost there. Maybe less music. Put a little bit less music on there if you want to, but you don't have to. And that's key to Channel5.now. Suggestion, not enforcement. And the best thing about C5.now is you don't got to be be 18 to sign up.
Content for all ages, not just adults.
We're gonna have documentaries for kids about the history of Roblox or how to succeed in Minecraft. Maybe we'll have some Mr. Beast stuff on it. Not sure. Maybe even other languages one day. Mandarin Chinese.
Even if I spoke a different language, I'd subscribe.
Tagalog, that's the main language of the Philippines. Speak a bit of Navajo if you want. And the best thing about Channel 5 and C5.now is we're gonna take those proceeds and support local business. Puedo comprar dos. Gracias, amigo.
C5.now, everybody.
So I am loving this mode. I love this fucking mode because you like they keep you in a zone with like a 15 level range and they let you do anything. You don't have to go do this quest, go to this or this or this. You can just aim in one direction and go level and chop trees. And they're like, you have to get stuff from enemies between level 5 and 18. You have to get stuff from looting chests, and you have to get oh, I have to loot chests. That sucks. Oh, I guess I better go to a monument and loot chests. Yeah, I'll have to loot chests. What level is this one? They don't say. This one was level 9. I want higher. I don't know, 15. My favorite zone here. Oh, I guess it would just be Everfall. I'm gonna run north to Everfall and get the flight path is what I'll do. This was good. This was so good. I can't believe they're fucking Harvard like this. What the fuck happened here? Thank you, Channel 5. By the end of the by the time this comes out. Oh my god, they might be friends again, of course. Oh my god, Activision is a cancer by Legacy Drops. Yeah, we'll probably watch that one just because scalpers are ruining everything. Manhunt for father accused of killing his 3 young daughters. How a Muslim feminist sex cult leader got 1,000 years in jail. A real American History X. This one's funny. Let's look at Legacy Killer. I like Legacy Killer a lot more than Legacy Drops, I'll tell you that.
Claire Obscure Expedition.
They're all weird right-wing dudes, but, you know, whatever.
3 is one of the most stylish, stunning, artistic experiences I've ever played.
They're not talking about, like, right-wing stuff, so it doesn't matter. But you can tell from their beards and the way they act and how angry they are and how shaky they are all the time that they're, yeah.
I said in the previous video, I consider it a masterpiece. One of the best games I've played in the last decade. I actually made a comparison to The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, because back in 2015, when I was in the middle of that game, I just kind of thought in my head, wow, I'm playing an all-time experience. And that is the same way I feel about Expedition 33. This is just a feeling that I don't have often. So this is a game that came out of the middle of nowhere. Even though I talked about it months ago, I really did not expect this quality of an experience coming from a first-time studio like Sandfall Interactive. Now, with any game, especially here in these modern times, there is criticism. There is individuals, crowds that do not like a game for whatever reason. Red Dead Redemption 2, I consider one of the greatest games of all time as well, and a lot of people consider that game extremely boring. And there's been some correct criticism in regards to that game in terms of some of its like mission design and structure. Those are things that I agree with. Even God of War, that's another experience that ended up taking home the Game of the Year honors that same year. There's been criticism weighed on that. So look, game criticism is something that's going to happen no matter what. Some of it, especially with Expedition 33, the last couple of weeks, that's mind-boggling. Like PC Gamer's review here, they gave the game a 70 out of 100. Like, I talk about reviews, this one's just one that kind of irks me a little bit. The fact that they finished the game in 20 hours, I don't even know how you do that, unless you were really rushing and playing on the easiest difficulty possible. But the reason why they gave the game such a low score was specifically because they really did not like the dodge and parry mechanic, which I honestly thought was fantastic. Claire Obscure's commitment to the vibe drew me in at first, but it quickly piled on real-time parries, dodges, counters, and other mandatory distractions that left me wondering if it might be more fun to gawk at than play. And then they continue saying, it feels like Claire Obscure is deliberately trying to trip you up sometimes, and when some of its boss fights drag into multiple phases over dozens of minutes, often introducing new attacks right at the end, losing party members to a handful of failed dodges and getting sent back to the start is a drag. And this is very much an article or a review that I would say this individual, this journalist, did not know how to get good. Because a lot of the charm with this experience is getting better by finding new...
No, I don't particularly like parries because it's a gameplay I don't really appreciate because it forces you to pay attention like a hawk like this, and I don't play games like that. Everybody's got their own thing. And so when you tell me that it's a parry-based thing like Sekiro, I'll go play it when it's $10. I played Sekiro finally when it was like $10, and I torrented it finally when I bought it. And yeah, and I like Sekiro, and I did beat Sekiro, or I'm sorry, I didn't get, did I beat Sekiro? I think I'm still like an hour away or something, but I'm at the end of Sekiro, and like yeah, and like that's a good game. I still have my Sekiro save. It's here somewhere. I'm not lying. Like I can load Sekiro. I'm about an hour from the end, and like the parry is something that for instance, I did Bloodborne without ever parrying once. I believe parries to be inferior. If you... I mean, it's not inferior, but it's like if you're close enough to parry in a Souls-like game, you're wrong. Does that make sense? Kind of like guns, sort of. Like I don't know, like... I have my buttons all switched up for some reason. Gotta pay attention because it's hardcore. It could go out, like, this goes out of hand really fast. Yeah, and then the essence rupture. Yep. And then when I redid everything, we'll take that and that. Actually, I would prefer that, actually, and then that. Yeah, because this one's easy, right? Yeah, that's the good one. And then this one I actually need to aim, so I'm gonna spend time aiming it.
Ictos and just leveling up your characters and such. I don't know how this individual played this game, but it sounds like they played it in a way that it just doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, this was one review that gave it a 70 really because of the combat, and I just find it honestly ridiculous. And I disagree with it. And the PC Gamer review is not the only thing we've seen out of this same outlet with the same criticism, even weeks before the game launched. Again, they previewed different journalists, and they had the same exact...
No, some journalists are going to be like me. They've been doing turn-based all of their goddamn life and just don't appreciate it. And they've been doing parries all of their goddamn life and just don't appreciate it. That's okay. We're allowed to have our feelings about a game and a gameplay loop and mechanic and stuff. We're allowed to feel how we feel. We are allowed to feel, And I would be one of them that would have given Claire Obscura like a 7, unfortunately. Because it feels like you're trying to sell me back my Final Fantasy VII pass. You could have just made like an Elden Ring with the same thing, same combat, just without turn-based stuff, and I would have been happier. God damn it. God damn it. Just go back to screen. You're fucking me up in hardcore. Wish I could put this somewhere where it didn't do this. It's so fucking annoying.
criticism.
I don't need to see it.
The headline was Claire Obscure Expedition 33 feels like a French Persona with an impressive combat system that I should love, but which I
didn't like
hate.
Persona. I don't like Persona, right? And yeah, and that doesn't surprise me that they said this. Like I think the guy at PC Gamer, whatever his name is, it's Fraser Brown. Right? That guy isn't fucking around. He's probably played tens of thousands of video games, and I actually do trust his opinion. Now, do I buy a game on his say-so? Do I trust what he says about a game? No, but I trust his opinion if he's making his opinion, and he's not fucking around, he's not lying or trying to like incense people. I trust him when he says that it might not be his game. I think he might be right, you know, and I think it might not be my game either. I was very scared of that when I initially saw it, and then I played it and I was like, no, this is not my game. I'm terribly sorry. Like, you know, that happens sometimes. For instance, try and make your girlfriend sit down and play Madden. Try and get her to do it. I've tried all of my life to get my girlfriends to sit down and play Madden with us and stuff, and just come join the group or whatever, and just be, you know, be my receiver. Come receive for me, baby, or whatever. I've tried all my life. They won't, because trust me, they just don't want to do Madden. This is the same thing. This is the same exact thing. Like, maybe you just don't like turn-based anymore. There's so many fucking RPGs out there. Like, honestly, like, you know what sits in the back of my fucking mind? And they might not really think this is a real thing, but it is. In the back of my fucking mind, I think all the time that I just don't have the fucking time or discipline to do such a crappily executed game as Caves of Cud, for how good Caves of Cud is. Caves of Cud is super fucking good, but it's so fucking good. I love that game. I've got, like, hundreds of hours on it. But it's still not executed that well. It's isometric. It plays like an old Final Fantasy RPG from the Game Boy era. It's not. It plays like a cell phone game. It does. It plays like a cell phone game because it is a third-person game. So all the time in the background, right? I'm just mentioning what my feelings are about Caves of Cud. But, however, I love Caves of Cud. It is my type of sandbox. I like the RPG combat. It reminds me of Final Fantasy quite a fucking bit. It reminds me of Final Fantasy 11 a lot. And like it plays like 11. Like 11 plays out like a player piano. You can't stop it, and the mob will Faraga 3 you and kill you if you don't see that coming and stun it or do something. And so, like, you know, and Caves of Cud is the exact same way, and so is Pixel Dungeon, and so are roguelikes, and it is an original roguelike, right? So I'll tell you why, right now, why I struggle with playing Claire Obscure. It's because it's a crappy turn-based RPG, the same as Caves of Cud, but I know it's not as deep as Caves of Cud. And so then I think, why would I play a crappy turn-based when I could just go play Caves of Cud? And you'd be surprised. And it is in my backlog, and backlog is a huge problem with the PC Gamer magazine guy. They call this the backlog. They talk about it all the time. Can you get through all the television and all the video games and all the movies that you feel like you need to watch because you're some kind of industry person or something, or you're a game fanatic like me, and you just feel like you should play every RPG or whatever? Yeah, I do feel, and I do play almost every RPG. I do miss a whole bunch of them if they're like in certain genres that I don't like, but I try to play all the major RPGs if I can. And this one I put it down immediately because I was like, I can't do this game. If I'm going to spend time on a turn-based game, I mean, look at me. I am already playing like New World, and this problem is not indicative of Claire. It's actually indicative of modern games, really. I'm sitting here playing EVE Online and Final Fantasy 11 and New World Hardcore all at the same time. I'm like, you know, and I've got attention span issues. I'm alt tabbed and I'm looking at Expedition 33 on motherfucking Legacy Killer HD's channel, which thank you by the way for the excellent content for my stream, Legacy Killer HD. Damn, he's up to 720. He fucking boomed. One day I hope to be like you. I don't know though. I think it's gonna take 20 years. I think one day they're gonna look back and they're like, oh my god, if I wanted to see an RPG from back when I used to play MMORPGs when I was 20 years old, I have to go to Skycat because he's the only one who actually fucking showed it. And that's the niche that I want. It took me a while to understand it. It took me like a year to get what my niche is, and it took me a while to even figure out what the execution was or how I was going to do it. And I can't stand to play one game even anymore because my own personal styles and stuff has changed. So I just give you what I can give you, and I show you these games. Like for instance, I'm here late, but I'm here within 2 days of the heart. I think this came out 2 days ago. So I'm here late because I wasn't paying attention to New World because I would have sworn up and down on my mother or whatever that they weren't gonna like do this, they weren't gonna add any new content or whatever, and I was wrong, so I didn't pay attention to them, and I don't have like some beeper warning that says New World's got new content. I've got to go look for that. So like, and I could tell them to tell me that they've got new content, but I don't care to add that encumbrance to my life, so I just like stumble on it. So here I am 2 days into the hardcore thing. That sucks right now. There's only 700 viewership in the New World channel, and probably maybe one in mine. One of those 700 is in mine. So like, you know, that doesn't matter today, but in 20 years, somebody who works on New World right now today, they might be like, oh my god, I go and try and look for gameplay from that era when I was designing for New World before I became a Blizzard developer or something like that, right? And they're like, they go back and they look, and all they see is a bunch of stock footage from like crappy like reviews and stuff. They don't see like people actually playing the fucking game. That's my niche. And when they ask me what I do, I have to give this fucking this stupid ass spiel. It's actually games preservation in some ways. It's MMO I'm an MMO historian. I try to show, I don't particularly say that I'm a good player. I don't particularly say that I'm on time. I don't particularly say that I follow the pack or that I stay with the curve or that I'm a good competitive player. I'm not. I played Starfield just to play Starfield. I don't care. But at least I'm playing Starfield. In 20 years, that will matter. Like, you know, it will matter. I don't think I intend on doing fishing. Can I drop enough to get out of here? Yeah. And then teleport me back. So I guess Windsor, which sucks. Oh no, I don't have an inn. Oh no, I don't have an inn. I have to walk back. Lame. I have to go to the inn, I forgot. I just, like, all this busy work, I tend to just phase it out now and skip it if I can. It's weird. So like when I think, and this is true, so I know I talked about Caves of Cut, I'm going to get around to this. So Caves of Cut is in my backlog. I believe Caves of Cut to be a superior game to Clair Obscur Expedition 33. And because I played both, and I believe that Caves of Cut is a better turn-based game. It's weird because they dumped like probably $100 million into Clair Obscur, and they dumped like $100,000 into Caves of Cut, but I still would rather play Caves of Cut. I still would rather play Kenshi. I'd rather play Kenshi. I don't have enough time to play Kenshi. I know how long of a game Kenshi is. I just don't have it. By the way, I didn't load X4 today. I'd rather play X4 than Kenshi because it's 3D and beautiful and has a lot of colors and good music and stuff. And Kenshi does too, but it's not the same level of graphics and not the same level of space battle stuff and combat and actual combat. So like, you know, so I'm doing X4 because I believe it to be superior. I have like a RimWorld type colony builder slot. I do. I have like a slot for it, or maybe even two. But I keep it X4 in that slot instead of Kenshi or Caves of Cud. And so honestly, before I ever got to Clair Obscur 33, I was gonna definitely do Caves of Cud and Kenshi. before I would ever touch Claire Obscura in a major way. Same thing with Oblivion Remastered. I knew I was going to like Remaster and dump something like 100, 200 hours into it, which I did, but I knew I wasn't going to stay because I know that I played the game too much. I've just played it too much. I don't know how to change that. I don't have a solution to that. I played the game too much. So Oblivion wasn't going to be this thing that I kept in my back, in this rotation every day for months on end. It wasn't going to be. Starfield won't be either. I'll try and keep Starfield there because I've already invested like 100 hours or something, but I don't think, I'm at 4 days. So what is that? That's like 100 hours. Yes. So so I'm going to try and do, but I'm still far more likely to do Fallout 76 than I am Starfield. And this is the real problem. It's an industry issue. That works against Claire Obscura. They can make a good game, but they can't change the fact that there's 10,000 other good games that came before them that are sitting in the same slot, in the same genre, in the same industry, trying to do the same thing. And I'm sorry, but I just don't think Claire has the fucking depth of a Kenshi or a fucking Caves of Cud. And maybe it does. I haven't totally played it on that level yet. Maybe it does. But I don't care. I don't think that combat was good enough. And it was too action based, and I don't think it was fun enough, and it wasn't like I'm gonna alt tab this game. It really didn't feel like the kind of game that you want to alt tab all the time. It felt like the kind of game that they want you to linear play for an experience that you stick to with a sense of like loyalty and watching just their game and playing just their game. And there was a lot of vibes there that work against them from the meta that have nothing to do with their fucking game that do work against them. Like for instance, I know people that won't watch the movie Gummo or the movie Eraserhead, right? I know people who won't watch Gummo or Eraserhead, but I still believe those to be some of the greatest movies that were ever made. So you can make this argument like we should be watching Eraserhead and Gummo a lot. Like Harmony Korine or David Lynch. But no, most people can't actually do David Lynch all the time. They can't even do probably Twin Peaks all of the fucking time, right? So my mother can't do Twin Peaks all the time. I know she can't. She's told me before. She's like, this movie is a little too dark for me, or this comedy was a little too cutting for me, or this movie had too much this or that, right? And I know, and I have the same thing. So that was my problem with Claire. I was like, I am sure that this game is of the quality of something like a Chrono Trigger or a Secret of Mana or a Final Fantasy, right? But I just don't have the discipline to play it. That was my problem with Final Fantasy 16. I'm sure 16's good too, but I just don't have the fucking discipline to play it, and I'm not playing it over Caves of Cud or fucking Kenshi. And that's fucking fucked up because Caves of Cud is like fucking $8. Kenshi is like $20. Your Claire and Claire is 70. Claire was 50. So I'm not gonna kick $50 to you that my family needs when I could just go play fucking Caves of Cud. I'm not going to do that, and that's a real problem in the modern age. That's why your industry is dying. It's a real problem. Like, I can go play Soul Calibur 2 rather than Street Fighter 7 and have a better time.
And again, the main...
Soul Calibur 1. 1's better than 2. Soul Calibur 1 is better. Well, 2's deeper, but 2's deeper. Maybe Soul Calibur, let's say Soul Calibur 3. By 3, it was a deeper game. I'm going to say DOA Hardcore 3 was more fun than Street Fighter 7, which, by the way, we've not done the review for Street Fighter 7. And believe it or not, I've been a Street Fighter convict since I was 7 years old, and I have played every Street Fighter to death. And including 6 and 5, I've done. I mean, not 6. Not sorry. No, I stopped at 6, but I went 1, 2, 1 and 2, and 2 Turbo, and 2 Championship, and 2 Arcade, 2 sticks, 2 on console, Arcade, Hyper, Turbo editions, Street Fighter 3, Street Fighter 3 Turbo edition, all this other crazy shit, and all their other things. Third edition for Street Fighter 3 and all this stuff. I am a Street Fighter fanatic. I have been all of my life. Ooh, here's new Philip DeFranco. We're going to queue him up and watch him during probably like 7 p.m. or something like that. And I'm going to continue to just slowly work on all these MMOs because you can't finish them in a day, you know? Where am I right now? I'm in Poser Blant. I've got to go through low sec to get to fucking gel. I need to move stuff like earth and flower pots to my alts. So I'm going to log over. I need to dump everything I have into the thing. And then I want to go to a monument. Yeah, I'll have to open chests at a monument. And I guess I have a fast travel, so I'll use it to go to a monument. I'll just go loot that monument, I guess. That seems like what they kind of want me to do. Everything else is too far away. So we'll just go loot this monument. Oh, I need the inn. I need the inn so I can come back at will. I was like, I'm forgetting something. Which in hardcore will get you fucking killed. You gotta actually remember. Even if it is joke hardcore, it's still hardcore, you know? I almost lost already. I almost lost to a trio of mobs, like, already. Look, this house is like... Oh, Windsward. Windsward has a house up here? I didn't know that. Yeah, fiber supply cart. We're going to the inn. The inn is this place, isn't it? No, it's not that place. It's that place. I like his name, Drunken Poetica. It's a good name. I like drunken poets. I've been a drunken poet all my life. I think that's what I'm going to say to my mother if she says I'm drinking too much. I'm going to be like, nah, I'm a drunken poet. I've been all my life. I'm sorry. You can't change who you are, you know? That's actually who I am. I'm like Jack Kerouac. I don't write like Jack Kerouac. I use my mouth like Jack Kerouac. Just kidding. Yeah, we're sending earth and flower pots on my main to my alt.
Today we're talking about the North Korean defector that's been
yes. North Korean defector, but we were on Expedition 33.
And summarization of this article is that they hate the real-time stuff, and that's why they're against this game. Just really weird the hard-on that they have against this experience. And we've seen other criticisms the last couple weeks.
I don't have a hard-on against the experience. I just have a backlog, and I'm not going to put this game above my backlog. That's not happening. What happened here? You killed the video? God damn it. Go back. Did you alt-tab it or something? No, you just killed the video. Load it again. Oh no, I want to...
kind of widespread on social media. This is how every single Expedition 33 fan talks about the game. History of RPGs, 1986 slop. Literally no RPGs, 2025. First engaging RPG ever made. And look, Expedition 33, it's an experience that has been, I guess, grabbing the attention and love of a lot of people that don't play turn-based RPGs. So this criticism
I don't play
is one
turn-based.
that it's been widespread. I find it a little ridiculous.
If I do, it'll be Kenshi or like fucking Caves of Cut. I don't play bad games. I'm sorry, they're bad games. They're little slices of worlds that you can't actually live in. I'm terribly sorry. Nope. It's way more linear than you think it is. Just because it has an open world, it doesn't mean it isn't linear. It's fucking linear. Usually the level scaling is linear.
But it is...
Oh my god, why do you have Dragon Age in your fucking background, you fucking nerd?
That a lot of people do.
Half-Life Decay impresses me, but it's still girl repellent.
Especially those who play turn-based RPGs, they feel almost insulted by the success of Expedition 33. Like, we have other people saying, it's so awesome that people think stuff like this is fun, and this is just another criticism of, yeah, they don't like the parry mechanic, and this is extremely fun. I absolutely love this. But obviously, not everybody is a fan of that. We've also seen more absurd criticism in recent weeks. Yorch Torch is kind of infamous for this. He is a headache of an individual, to say at the very least. He criticized the game, saying, I can't even say this with a straight face, many won't agree with this, but we can't keep tolerating every single disrespect to Western industry in the terms of alternate worlds. If you want to do an alternate world, don't use Latour, Eiffel, blah, 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 as your setting, only to turn it into South of Midnight. He compared this to South of Midnight. Expedition 33 is no better in that regard than woke slop like Bridgerton. The game is beautiful, its art direction is breathtaking, it's definitely a promising future for Western development, but the sneaky DEI pandering ruins the experience. I don't know how you have that takeaway from this game, but that's an opinion some people have had. I will also acknowledge the fact that he was being dunked on badly in the comment section by a lot of individuals that you wouldn't expect this from, so yeah, this is just like I said, some of the criticism with Expedition 33, really just games in general these days, is absolutely ridiculous. But that's some of the stuff that has happened. All of this is easily ignorable. It's nothing that is a mass boycott campaign, at least until what we're about to get into. But I think it is important to understand that the Expedition 33 team, they really went out of their way to talk about how so many different parts of Japanese media and RPGs inspired this game. We heard from the creative director. He said that Japanese games shaped him, and then that he's more than happy that this game has been embraced by people in Japan than how it's been received in any other country. I feel more pleased that the game has been accepted by people in Japan than I do about it receiving acclaim in any other country. That is kind of, again, a comment coming from Guillermo Brochet. He is the creative director, and he's talked about this in multiple interviews. He talked about how the gameplay was inspired by classic Final Fantasy games and Sekiro. He also talked about Lost Odyssey. He also said that
I don't like those games anymore. You couldn't sell them to me. I don't like those games. Those are kids' games. I think a bunch of these gamers are kids. They're like kids. No, that's fine, but I don't like those games anymore. You couldn't pay me to play Final Fantasy 6. That sounds like torture, and I love Final Fantasy 6. Like, I love Pussy Money and Wii, but you couldn't pay me to ever play it again, you know?
Game. So a lot of different Japanese experiences over the years inspired what we got here with Expedition 33. I guess you could say we could thank those games for paving the way for what we got now, which again is just an absolute masterpiece and a game that I think is going to win a lot of Game of the Year honors later this year. But this is where we get to the absurd criticism that is emerging surrounding Expedition 33 and a boycott campaign against this experience. This headline really puts what we're about to talk about into perspective. The creators of Claire Obscure Expedition 33 were targeted by racist attacks, a game deemed too old France, a team too white. Yes, there have been accusations levied against developers Sandfall Interactive, saying that they specifically went out of their way not to hire non-white developers, and they were against diversity. That's why the game doesn't have many non-white characters, and it's an absurd argument. It's also really just the only evidence of any of this is just some random Discord comment, but this is something that has been going widespread on French Twitter from bunch of French, I guess you could say, liberal accounts. It is honestly just mind-blowing, but it's also gotten to the point in which Sandfall Interactive has responded to this situation, which I have feelings about that. So as this user brings up, again, a French account, this is it, Sandfall Interactive. Again, the people are looking for its downfall. It's a studio of just 30 people, but they should already be implementing mandatory quota policies. A team of white people made a successful game in an old France universe, and they can't stand it. Obviously, this is mocking these comments that we're about to get into. Like I said, these are the ones that we're specifically talking about. They've been translated. We had a French YouTuber here in the top left corner. I'll probably, make the images a little bit bigger so you can see for yourself. But 30 devs and only white people. It's true that it's suspicious. And they're responding to another comment saying the only one who is black is the dog. And that is, I guess they're criticizing the fact, again, a development team screenshot of all of the developers. Again, it's a small team, and they deliberately did that because they wanted these developers, these individuals to work together. They're working together in this studio. And I don't think that when they were, putting this team together, they really thought about the race of the developers, which is just a weird thing that you see in a lot of Western countries. Like, you don't hear about this in Japan, like, oh my God, I can't believe that there's no white developers or any other race on the team. It's just such a weird thing. You see this criticism levied against, you see this often with a lot of American studios. It's like so many individuals from these countries, these loony individuals online, they believe that, I guess, every development studio has to look like a Netflix movie, and that's mind-blowing to me. But these were other comments that went viral. Marvel Fitness, another bigger account we'll get to, there were more than 33 developers. The Asians who worked on the game are not highlighted. Again, that was an outsourced studio. They weren't part of Sandfall Interactive, but this individual has a narrative to deliver. A person of color reported being rejected for a developer position. That is unfounded. There's no proof of that actually being a real thing. It was just some random comment, but we'll get to that in a second, which inevitably gets people talking. The game itself doesn't really follow the woke codes with racialized characters highlighted. as well as the team in the photo. This appears to fascists and politically exploited
I'm sure they thought about it.
game fans for their anti-diversity fight, and also raises eyebrows among leftists. Moreover, the nationalist and patriotic discourse was very present in the promotion of the game, because the game honors French culture. Come on, this stuff is fucking stupid, which makes some people suspicious of the creator's underlying ideologies. There is nothing, like, dramatically crazy about the ideology in the game or anything with the narrative. It's just so fucking crazy that they're saying any of this. But in short, in any case, the game is good, and there's no point in making a judgment on their intentions without concrete evidence, but they're using random Discord comments. It's probably just a coincidence. Another individual saying, we don't forget that they refuse to hire non-French or non-colored people before even looking at the CV, and not because it's good to suck at the game, but we have to start denouncing the studio's problems. Oh my, these individuals. And then we have other comments. This individual saying, we'll be able to ask them in 4K why they refuse junior internship requests from people of non-French origin when the team is made up of only juniors. It's going to be funny. I mean, non-French origin kind of gets in the way of a studio made of French developers that they all want to work in the same studio. They're trying to distance themselves from the AAA plague that has happened. I mean, you see all these studios working around the world and how that has hurt so much of the creativity of this industry.
I like this mode. I'm enjoying it quite a lot. It's good.
Each other, you know, maybe just all being a French origin, maybe that's beneficial to the studio, and maybe there's a reason why.
Better than that
so
PvP server.
far, and maybe it's because of the culture that they've
free for all
so far. And there's no reason to change that up just because a bunch of idiotic fucking morons from France, I guess, take issue with that. But yeah, they'll bitch online and call for boycotts, unfortunately. But the problem is, I just really hope that these studios, especially Sandfall and Kepler, which is the publisher, aren't actually listening to these morons. Because we've seen how in the past, a lot of studios, they respond to some of these small little criticisms that really should just be ignored. And I do need to acknowledge that I overlooked this when I was recording, but this individual was responding to the fact that Sandfall Interactive was going to be attending an event, and I guess this French individual was calling to harass them about random Discord messages that have been proven to just be unfounded at this point. So yes, they very much want an actual direct confrontation with these developers, and that's just honestly abhorrent in my opinion. But we have another individual, again, we just talked about this person. They've really been going to bat against Sandfall Interactive, not really sure exactly why. But this is the translated Discord comments. This is the accusation that has been levied against Sandfall Interactive. Again, there's no proof at all if this is even a real thing, but unfortunately, again, Sandfall has responded to this. Basically, when I was finishing my studies, a friend and I, who isn't French and racialized for the record, I'm not sure, and would go around the studios in Montpellier to hand out CVs, the resumes. When we arrived at Sandfall, those nasty bastards just yelled at us. Yeah, because those 30 developers are going to definitely scream at you because you handed over a resume. Suspicious. Saying they're not recruiting in any way, they don't take juniors, etc. And they threw us out without taking our resumes. And sometime later, I learned that a guy I know who's white was hired there. Today I learned that their level designer is a Raptor fan and blah, 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 blah. The leads are former Ubisoft employees who left during the wave of reports of assault and harassment. That according to them, the studio is too woke. I'm guessing the reason why they brought up the assault and all that stuff is to try to link these Ubisoft employees, Guillemot Blanchet, to that, which is completely unfounded and absolutely ridiculous. Again, this is just automatically extremely suspicious, almost like this individual, whoever came up with it, was really trying to go after this studio for whatever reason. Another one, I'll summarize, but basically they're those type of racists, and when I wanted to drop off a resume with a friend who isn't French, they threw us out without taking our resumes with the excuse that they don't take juniors. The studio is mostly made up of juniors. That is literally the accusation which has been going widespread online, and people are treating